Hello and welcome to this Maya Modeling Techniques training presented by Digital Tutors. My name is Justin and I'll be your instructor for the next several hours, guiding you through the process of modeling a sports car. As a bonus, we'll also create a lighting setup and add some advanced shaders to really make the car pop. Looking around the CG world, you'll see a multitude of modeled automobiles. They populate animated movies and they're composited into live-action movies to perform stunts too dangerous or expensive to film. Racing games are filled with modeled cars, and car commercials dominate the airwaves, not to mention the use of 3D graphics to design and pre-visualize new automobiles before they hit the assembly line. So with these things in mind, we're going to be modeling this highly detailed photorealistic car using many different tools and techniques. We'll get started by drawing out a base of curves to create the main contours of the car's body. We'll move between NURBS, polygons, and subdivision surfaces to create curved panels that all fit together nicely. We're going to cover adding resolution in preparation for subdividing, and look at how to troubleshoot some common issues. We'll look at how to add sharp scoops to curved surfaces without getting creases and dents. We'll also see how, by dividing up our modeling, we can speed up our workflow and minimize any unnecessary work. Once we have our car modeled, we'll add an HDR lighting setup and work with some mental ray shaders to create a more realistic look. With that, let's begin by taking a look at a finished car and talk a little bit more about some of the techniques we're going to use. Let's take a look at a finished car and talk about some of the tools and techniques that we're going to use to build it. So here is the car that we're going to be aiming for in this training kit. So if we have a look at the shapes here, we've got a lot of contours, a lot of curves going on, a lot of detail going on the sides, scoops kind of extruded in. So we're going to go about this maybe a little bit differently. We're going to use some curves. We're going to draw out some NURBS curves to kind of flow along this car, and we're going to use those to create some NURBS panels to create the kind of main shape of our side here of our car. And then we'll actually use those NURBS surfaces to create some polygon panels for this car. And eventually we'll end up with a sub-D car. So we're going to kind of run the gamut of all the different kinds of geometry available to us in Maya, kind of using each for kind of what they're good at, I guess. We'll learn how to kind of build these panels that fit together tightly. Okay, you can see that this is kind of cut here kind of in an irregular way, but it fits together nicely and it maintains that curvature. We'll learn how to do that. We'll also learn how to add in these sort of scoops here along a curved surface, which can sometimes be a little bit tricky. All right, when we come across tools, we'll go ahead and add them up to our shelf here. We'll be using, like I said, NURBS tools, some polygon tools, and we'll add those up there and kind of create a collection up here by the time we're done. We'll also maybe throw around some automotive terms like beltline, greenhouse, and A-pillar, so pick some of those things up. And at the end, we'll actually go into Mental Ray and put a nice car paint shader on here and do some HDR lighting in Mental Ray to get that showroom look. All right, it's going to be challenging, but we'll go at a pace that you can easily follow. And at the end, you'll built your own photoreal car, and hopefully you'll have had some fun doing it. All right, so let's get started by drawing out a NURBS curve base for our car. In this lesson, we're going to start drawing out some NURBS curves to serve as a base for our car. All right, so this is a scene file that I've created with some image planes in it. We've provided these images for you. There's a top view, front, side. There's also a back. If you need help setting up your image planes, there are a lot of free tutorials on our website. You can check those out at digitaltutors.com. Or if you've gone through any of our other training kits, some of those may have shown you how to do that. So I'm just going to provide you with this scene with these set up already so we can go ahead and get started. All right. So what we want to do is take a look at some of the curves that we want to go ahead and use. So we want to find out, you know, the most defining curves of this car, basically. So curves that are kind of at high points, or you know, we don't want a lot of curves. We just want the main ones that we can use to define the shape. Okay. So I think we want to use this one in automotive design called the belt line right here. Going right under this window, and it kind of continues up and over. And so let's go ahead and draw that out, and I'm just going to use one of these NURBS tools, and you can either draw a CV curve tool or an EP curve tool. The CV curve tool will give you allow you to draw the CVs which are off of the curve, this edit point curve tool, the points that you place will actually be edit points on the curve. So sometimes it's better to use that. So I'm going to go ahead and Control Shift. I'm going to add that to my shelf here. So we'll see how this works as I click on this tool and start drawing in my side viewport. So now I just want to kind of start. Let's go ahead and pretend that this is continues all the way down. So I'm going to start down here, and I'm just going to start clicking points here. You can see how when you add a new point, the curvature kind of changes a little bit. I'll just try to kind of space those out a little bit. Oops. Go back to my side view here. And I'm just going to continue to follow this curve all the way down the side here. Okay. And maybe about right there. And I'm going to hit enter, and that completes my curve. So now you can go in and actually right click on this and go to Control Vertex, and that will give you your control points that you can now manipulate and pull and push. You know, if you didn't get it right, you can just move those around wherever you want them to be. So I'm just going to tweak those a little bit. Pull these up slightly. Just kind of trying to match this curve on our image plane here. Okay. Now this guy needs to come up slightly. Okay, cars are all about curves and contours, and so it's really important, and it helps a lot. It makes your job a lot easier when you're able to get those curves nice and smooth. And using NURBS curves is a great way to do that, because that's inherently a smooth kind of geometry. Whereas using polygons right from the start can be a little bit of a problem. You can kind of tend to go too low res, and then you start adding res. You've got to start manipulating those points to try to maintain that curvature, and sometimes you can lose control of that surface. So using NURBS is kind of a good way, I find, to kind of get things started a little bit when you're doing a surface like this especially. Okay, and let's pull these in a little bit. Pull this guy up. Just kind of match that curvature as best you can. And you want to make sure that it's fairly smooth. Okay. All right, now we've got that from the side view, but you'll notice if I go into perspective, it's completely straight. If I look up here, it's the same thing. It's right in the middle. So we have to go ahead and move those points in our top view as well. And we may even go into our front view and check that out. So let's go in here and let's move the whole thing over. And that was right below this line, so let's move it in our top view right where we want it. And now we can go ahead and move these points from our top view if we'd like to. Okay. So let's say this curve is going to be the one that happens right here. So let's follow this curve along the car. It's our belt line here. Let's follow it all the way along, and let's see. Okay, it goes all the way back here. All right. So you might think that you'd want to keep it straight and use that to define this top edge, but let's actually follow that curve and make our curve the same. Okay. So I'm going to just pull these in X here. Kind of match that up. There we go. That looks pretty good. And just tweak those a little bit. And we don't have a lot of CVs, so moving them around is not that big of a problem. It's not gonna be hard to maintain that curve. If you have a lot of CVs, you run into the same problem you might have with the using polygons, that you might lose control and get some dents and stuff with that. So try to keep it kind of low here. Let's see if that's where we want that. I think that looks pretty good, following right along the side of the headlight here. And then down, let's move this over just a little bit. All right, let's take a look at that. That's what it looks like from our perspective right here. If we look at it in our front view, it actually Matches up pretty well, although I think we might want to, yeah, there's our line right there. So let's go ahead and pull that down just a little bit. Image planes might not match up perfectly, but we'll make do. All right. Okay, so there's our belt line. Let's go ahead and drop in some wheel arches here. And we can do that. We don't necessarily have to draw those out because we know we want those to be circular. So we can go ahead and bring in a NURBS primitive circle. And we've got one right here. I'm going to just rotate this up. Let's rotate it in Z 90 degrees, get it facing us here. And just kind of move it into the spot. Now we're not trying to get the wheel, we're trying to get this curve right here where this wheel arches, the part of the body. So I'm going to scale this up and kind of match it as best I can here. That will probably work right there. And which we can now duplicate that and bring it back to the back one. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll drop it in there. Just kind of get it pretty close. Now let's grab both of these and we'll just pull them over kind of into our spot here. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the other lines that we need to build. We've got our belt line here. We also need to build, we want a few lines to define the top. What we're concerned about mainly is from this belt line all the way down here to the bottom. Okay, those are the main issues that we're going to have. So I'd say we need like maybe 3 over the top here. And one of the ones I know we want is this curve right here, which forms the top edge of this scoop here. And you can see that it's kind of continued along all the way to the back. So let's go ahead and build that one using our EP curve tool. And we want it to connect right up with the wheel. So I'm going to just go ahead and start drawing right here. And just draw following the top of this scoop here. I'm not worried right now too much about how many CVs I place. I can always rebuild those later, which we will do. I'm just more worried about getting that curvature correct. Okay, so I'm going to pull this up just a little bit, try to match that curve. Okay. Don't worry too much about this little guy. That's basically a little extrusion that comes out here. So let's imagine, if we will, that this line goes straight across from here to here. Okay. All right. Okay, so we've got a couple of lines here, and we've got the wheel wells, the wheel arches done. All right, so let's come back in the next lesson and go ahead and continue building on our NURBS cage. Now let's continue drawing out some of the NURBS curves for our car. Okay, so this is where we left off. Let's go ahead and this is our line we just drew right here. Let's go ahead and pull this over. And if we look at this, this is going to be the outer portion, okay? So this is the curved part that you see here. So we want to go ahead and manipulate those points from our top view to match that. And I'm just going to, in X, pull those out. So we know they're in the correct position vertically, so I'm just going to now pull these out into space here, just to kind of match that up. And this may seem a little tedious, but it's going to pay off having these curves, not just as guides, but actually as construction tools to build our surfaces. It's going to allow us to kind of match things up a lot better. And you can have a little bit, maybe less to worry about later on. So I'm just going to match those up. Pull that out. And these guys as well. Disregard that little extrusion there. Try to make that a smooth curve here. Alright, let's take a look at that. Okay. So if we take a look at this curve, this line, extends from the back. We can look on our side here. It extends from the back all the way up along the side here. And this actually comes up and continues around the front of our wheel arch. Okay, so this is one line. Okay, and then the wheel arch, actually this kind of comes up from this side and goes underneath this. So we've got a little bit of thickness here. So let's go ahead and kind of shape our wheel arches a little bit, and then we'll actually connect these two curves to create one long curve. Okay, so first let's take our wheel arch and look at it from our front view. You can see that we want it to be kind of curved in a little bit. It's not, we don't want it to be completely straight. So let's go ahead. I think the first thing we want to do is maybe cut this bottom part off. So it's really easy to cut out these curves. I'm just going to right click on this curve, and I'm going to choose a curve point. And that's going to allow me to click anywhere on this curve and create a curve point. Okay, so if I click, I'm holding down my left mouse button, I can drag that curve point wherever I want it. I want it basically to be right at the end here. And then if I shift, I can hold down shift, I can create another one. So I've got two curve points there now. And now I can go up to under surfaces, under edit curves, and I can detach curves. Okay, so I'm going to detach those, and you can see now I've got a bottom and a top part. No, I don't need the bottom part, so I'm just going to get rid of that. So now I just have the portion that I want. And now I can go ahead and shape that. So it's pretty low res. It's going to be fairly simple to do. So if we look at this, I've got the front point selected. And I'm just going to move those over. Okay. And I'll select this one and maybe move it over just a little bit. And I think this guy needs to come out a little. Okay. So we're just kind of creating that curvature for that wheel. And maybe pull these out slightly. Okay, so it's not just completely straight up and down. Okay, let's go ahead and do the same thing to the back wheel. I'm going to select my curve points here, two of these, and I'm just going to detach those. Get rid of that. And this guy, if we look at the back here, we could go ahead and just kind of shape it to the shape of our body here. There we go. And that'll just give it a little bit more shape. Okay. All right. So now we have, go up to our front here. We have this curve, and we have this curve. Okay. So we want to basically split this up and combine this front part with the side here. Okay. So one thing we can do, I can actually grab this vertex, and I want to snap it to this curve. So I want to place it right on the curve. Okay. So I'm going to hold down my C key while I'm in translate mode here, and I'm just going to drag it over near this curve and hopefully pop it on here. There we go. Might take a few times, but now I'm holding down C and I'm dragging, and it's just right along that curve. It's actually on the curve, so I'm going to just leave it somewhere where that curve is about the same. Okay, so now that's right on the curve. Let's actually, I think we want to go ahead and move it up just slightly. I want it to be at the, basically at the top part of this of the wheel. Okay, the highest part. All right, so now let's go ahead and take this, and I'm just going to add a curve point right up here, and let's go ahead and detach that. Actually, let's before we detach that, we want to do one thing. Okay. So I said that the curve there was thickness, so it goes up from the front all the way to the back, and then this part goes up and underneath. So we actually need to have a duplicate of this to be able to use, if that makes sense. So if we say that this is going to be this curve going up here, we need another piece inside here. So I'm just going to hit Control D to duplicate, and I'm just going to move that in. Okay, and it's going to make a little more sense a little bit later maybe, but just go ahead and duplicate that and move it in. And now we can go in here, make sure we've got our outer one selected, and then I can select my curve point and detach. Let's detach that and get rid of that back piece. Alright, so now I've got this curve and this curve. I've got my delete history and freeze transforms up here. You can add those just by Control Shift and selecting those, delete by history. So we'll be deleting our history probably often, and so I'll just drop those up there. Just delete that history. And now what I want to do is grab those two curves, and instead of detaching, I'm going to attach. And I'm just going to do a blend. And you can see how that attached. You can see the curve changed a little bit. So I'm just going to go in here and change it up just slightly. Okay, it's still at a point where it's very easy to change this. So that is an advantage to us. But you can see now that this curve starts down here, goes up and around, and continues all the way to the back. Okay, and that's going to be important to have those kind of curves on this car, because that's what these kind of cars are. It has these complex curves kind of going in and out in different ways. Okay, so let's look at that. That looks good. All right, so I think we've just got a few more curves to build. All right, so let's take one more lesson to go in and build a couple more curves along this side and along the bottom and the front and back, and we'll just drop a few more in there in the next lesson. Okay. Okay, now that we're getting the hang of building these NURBS curves, we're going to go through quickly and build some more curves for our cage. All right, so we've got these curves going. Let's go ahead and jump right in and start building some more. Now we need a curve along the bottom here, and we have these two curves already. So I'm going to make sure that I snap the ends of these curves right along there. So in my EB Curve tool, you can also hold down C. Instead of moving it when you actually create it, I'm going to hold down C, click on this curve, and the first point of my curve is going to end up right on this curve. They're not attached, they're just it just exists on in the same space. And I'm just going to draw this curve out right along the bottom. When I get to my last one, I'm going to hold down C again, snap it right to that curve. Okay. Just grab these, and I'm going to just match them up a bit. I'm not being too concerned at this point about how many points I have. Just don't want too many, but enough to kind of get the general shape here. Let's go into our top view. You can see it wasn't completely straight, so I'm going to just pull these out. This would be the bottom part, I think, down here, this line. So looks like we might need to move our wheel there a little bit out. There we go. If I look at this, I can snap it to my point again, or to my curve rather. There we go. All right. And let's make sure and pull this out a little bit so we don't have that weird little loop going on there. Okay, I want another curve along the side. And this one I want to define the inside edge maybe of this scoop here. I want it to connect where this panel is. Okay, so I want it to come from the top edge of this wheel arch, across and down to this one. All right, now I know that the it's going to be kind of the same curvature here. So I think I'm actually going to duplicate this guy. So I'm going to grab this. So we have it already kind of contoured the way we want. I'm just going to Control D to duplicate. I'm going to move it down. Okay. And I'm going to just go up to this wheel here and detach that. Okay, get rid of that part. And this part, I'm going to actually detach it somewhere up here. Okay, get rid of that. And let's go ahead and grab the end of this and snap it down here to this curve. Okay. And then we can manipulate our points. I kind of want it to follow this curve that's along the bottom of this extrusion here. And kind of plan ahead just a little bit and put that resolution where you want it, even though we're really early in the process here. Okay. Move this up a bit. And this guy, let's see. And we want to snap this guy to the interior circle here, which is what we have. So I'm just going to C and snap it to that curve, hopefully. I find that sometimes it takes a while to get that snap. So let's take a look. Okay. Grab that point. Just going to zoom in here. Let's snap it to this curve. Get the right curve here. There we go. Okay. And I'm just going to move this up, my side view. Alright, so that's basically from the top view, it's going to be kind of the same contour. Let's take a look at how this is looking here. So what we want to do is we want that to taper gradually into this point, into this center point here. Okay, let's go ahead and match these up a little bit better. Okay, so you can see it's coming in rather sharply right here. If you want to, you can go ahead and take those curve points, and if there's too many, you can even just delete those. We'll be looking at how we can rebuild this stuff in a little bit. So now we got this curve coming basically from underneath, and it comes back and attaches to this guy right here. Okay. All right. So when we've got that curve, let's see what else we need to draw out. Let's draw another curve. You can see we've got a curve defining the side here, and we've got a curve defining the belt line up here. This is more of like a character line on the car, but we don't have the outer portion. So if we were to create a surface from this, it wouldn't have anything to create that curve. It would just go straight there. So we need some curves, some intermediate curves in here. So let's go ahead and try to do those as well. Okay. Let's check this. Sometimes you get a little bit of strangeness going on. Just for from the curvature, it looked like we weren't getting a smooth curve, and we'll be able to tweak that in the future. Just want to get it smooth as possible, but we also want to match up our reference. So let's go in here and figure out what we can draw next. Okay, so let's draw one. Let's say that we want one to start kind of in the middle here. And let's say we want that one to define the outermost portion of this curve. Okay, so I'm going to start drawing it from my side view. All right. And I'm going to start kind of somewhere in the middle between this point and this point. So we've got that curve and this curve that goes up at the wheel well. we need one in between here. So I'm going to just kind of look at the center here and try to draw something out. If you don't like where you place a point, you can hit delete and it'll take you to the last point you placed. You can also click, and while you're holding down you can drag it and so you've got it where you want it and place it that way. Okay. Alright, so I've just placed it really roughly. It's going to need some tweaking here, so we'll go ahead and do that. Just from our side, keep in mind that this definitely isn't where we want it to be from all views, so you're going to have to keep constantly going back and forth to check to make sure these things match up. And this seems like a lot of work, I guess, but it's going to pay off for us. And pull this up. And let's pull this guy over. Get a nice smooth curve. There we go. And there we go. Alright, so if we check that out, and let's go ahead and pull it over sort of into position. So we want this to be kind of the high point here. So you can use this shadow maybe as a guide. And we know that we want it to be halfway between here, so it's going to end up somewhere over here. So if we go into let's do our top view first. We want it to end up over here. Kind of center it between the two curves that we have already. Okay. And just keep pulling these points. I'm just kind of looking to see where this high point's going to be, and this is going to curve back in, looks like. Pull that out. And let's go ahead and make this over here. Just to kind of straighten it out a bit. Let's take a look from our front and from our perspective. There we go. Alright, so now you can see that that might be a little bit better. It might need to come up, actually. I think it does need to come up. Because this side is basically going to be, the high point is going to be basically, because it comes straight out from the belt line. So now that I think about it, we actually need to bring this all the way up. I do believe. So it's always good to take a look at things and think about them before you finalize anything. Here we go. I think this is going to be a lot better. Yeah, let's take a look. Alright, so if you can imagine, and we'll look at how this happens, but if you can imagine a surface going between these curves, you can see it's going to come out, hit that one, curve down to hit that one. So you want to give yourself enough resolution to create that curve, okay? If you don't have enough, it's going to, because the computer is going to want to take the shortest route. So if you only have two curves, it's going to go straight to them. So you want a kind of intermediate curve to define that. Okay. All right. So we've got the main side curves built. Those three main curves, and we can tweak those up in a little bit. We've got the bottom and the top here of this. We've got our two wheel wells. And now keep in mind, as we do this, we are only building half of it. The car is obviously going to be symmetrical, so we're just going to build half of it and mirror it to the other side. All right. So let's actually come back in the next lesson. Just one more, I think, curve lesson as far as drawing curves. We'll go ahead and draw out some curves across the car to define the hood, or the windshield and the roof, and that sort of thing. We'll go ahead and do that in the next lesson. Okay, we're almost done building the curves for our car. We've just got a few more to do along the top and along the side, so let's get going on those. Alright, so we've got our side kind of built up. And there's just a few more that we need to build. Along this side, I want to create a couple of curves that go along the front from this A pillar right here, across the roof, all the way down the C pillar in the back. So I'm going to just follow this line to create my first curve. I'm going to start right up here from this point, and I'd like to snap it to this curve right there. That is my belt line here. So I'm going to just imagine where this curve is coming up here and kind of try to follow that. I'm going to bring it all the way up here and just kind of keep the same distance. Use this black geometry right here as kind of a guide and try to keep kind of the same distance. And then we want to come all the way back down here, and I just want to snap it to this curve back here too. Alright, and now let's go in here, and first from our side view we can go ahead and manipulate these CVs, get them the way we want them to look. Just kind of smooth this curve up. Okay, and let's pull this guy all the way over here and down. There we go. And just kind of try to get that the A-pillar here all the way back, and try to maintain kind of the same distance here. Let's take a look in our front view. You can see it's all off. The points are snapped, but this is the rest of the curve is kind of drawn in a straight line. So we need to go in and tweak that a bit. And we've got a good line here. You can see there's a line actually right here. That's kind of the one we want to follow. So let's go ahead and pull those over. Kind of give us a good guide here. When you're moving these points on these CVs, you'll notice because these CVs are off of the surface, and the points between them kind of calculates the surface, so that if you're going along here and moving, you think you move this to the point and you think you're in the right spot, and then you move the next one over, it's going to change that curve, and it's not going to be in exactly the same space. So it takes a little bit of tweaking to get those right. But once you have all the CVs in the right position, it'll be fine. And I'll pull this one over and just grab this one. So this is the line that we want to follow. And let's pull this one just to keep our same distance here from this black part. And pull this one. Now it looks like we might be a little bit too far, so let's go ahead and I'm just going to pull these over, and that'll give us a nice gradual change in width there. Alright, so now I'm going to pull these, and these need to come all the way over here. This guy needs to come back a bit, and all the way over here, and right there. And this guy's snapped, but we want it to snap and actually follow this curvature, so it would be down here somewhere. So we'll see if I can just move that down all the way down there. It'll give us the curve that we want. All right, so that'll work for that guy. And let's go ahead and create another one right here. If we go into our side view, that kind of is on the other side of this pillar and ends up right here. All right, so let's go ahead and draw that real quickly. And for this, it doesn't look like we can see it very well, so I'm just going to snap that and probably right about there, and draw up along this curve. And this time we're going underneath this black part. Okay. And you'll find that these curves that we're building are going to come in really useful in building not only geometry along the curve, but also maybe this window geometry and stuff between it. So it'll be good to have. And I'm just going to snap that curve. All right, now let's go back to our top view, tweak that shape here. All right, so this guy needs to actually come all the way over here. If we could grab those. Kind of at the bottom of this black portion. And here we can see a little bit better where that line is. So we weren't too far off. Pull that there. And let's continue, grab both of these and pull them on over. And this guy, right there like that. And get that. We might actually want to be, it's kind of a little bit hard to see in the image plane. I think we might want to actually be a little bit farther down. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this point and move it down here a little bit. Oops. And so I think that should be the same width all the way down, I believe. All right. Just tweak that out maybe a little bit more. I want this, keep the right width all the way along here. Go into perspective and check it out. All right. Looks like we've got a little hitch right here. Go into our side view and check that out. Okay, so in this case we need to make a little bit of a compromise, because in our top view it looks like it needs to be all the way out here, but it's not really following this contour, so I'm going to go ahead and kind of split the difference a little bit right there, and then pull this guy up, because we want to have this nice clean contour right here along this pillar. Okay, so let's go into our top view, and now we can look at a few of the curves that we need to build from the top. And on these we're only going to build half the curve, so we can go ahead and duplicate those. So we need to look at what we need to be able to define. All right, so we need to be able to define this this greenhouse, or this top part of the cab here, with the windows and the roof and the pillars. So we need a curve kind of right along here. That will help us define not only the windshield and back up to here, but also the hood. Okay, so it's going to serve a lot of different purposes. And we also need a curve down here to define the front. Let's go ahead and just build those while we're talking about them here. I'm going to just grab my EB curve and I'm going to just snap that. And I'm going to come all the way down here. And I'm going to snap that to the grid with the X key. It's going to go to that grid point, and I can just grab it, and I'm just going to move it back into position. Going to straighten up my line there. And pull this guy out slightly. Okay, now let's go ahead and draw this guy. And it looks like he intersects with this curve, our beltline curve right there, so it's a good place to start. Let's go ahead and snap that. And then we'll just follow this curve all the way around. Follow this white portion here. And I'm going to snap that to the grid, holding down X. And just go in here and manipulate those points. Okay, so we've got these two curves for our kind of our hood. So now we can go into our other view and check on how we need to manipulate these shapes here. All right. So the hood, because we snapped it, the first point to this point here, it created all the subsequent points in the plane. So that's actually definitely not bad. It's definitely close to where we want it to be. The other curve, same thing. It's down here. So let's just go check it in our front view. Looks like it's right on target in our front view. And in our top view, if we check our side, you can see it's right up there. That'll be fine. Let's check this guy for our hood. In the front view, looks pretty good. It's going to actually curve down, so I think that's actually going to work for us. Let's go ahead and look at the other curves that we might want to build. Let's build one right in the center here, because this is going to be a high point, so we need that curve to define our geometry. So let's go ahead and build one of those. And I'm just going to snap it from that window curve that we built right here, kind of somewhere in the center. And then I'm just going to place those all the way over and snap it to grid. And I can grab those just like we've been doing and pull them back. Just kind of create a line there. And let's take a look where that, looks like we didn't get it snapped all the way, so I'm going to just grab it, pull it up here in our front view. So give us a better idea of where we need to put it. I'm going to put the center point right at the top there. Grab these, start kind of contouring them down a little bit. Alright, looks like this guy's not matched up completely, but let's go ahead and use our other views. I'm going to snap it to that curve using the C key. Again, get that on there and snap it like so. And now I want basically a smooth contour from the center point that I have here and this curve that I've snapped. So we might need to move this up a bit. Okay, it's not going to match up perfectly, but we will compromise here and get that. Let's see. We could actually bring this down a little. Let's grab this curve because we want a nice soft curve between these two. So I think we could stand to bring that down a bit. And let's go ahead and move these down as well, which will help us with our problem here with this image. And let's pull these down too. Okay, just get a nice curve there. And so this is going to help us, if we look at our perspective, this is going to help us define the top here. Because we've got this curve, but we need a curve up here at the top to kind of tell it where that high point is and kind of define that geometry a little bit better. All right, let's go to the back now and see what we can do here. We need a couple of curves down here to define this area. Let's just much as we did with the trunk, let's go ahead and draw one out for this guy. And let's see, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to snap it to this curve we've got here and kind of continue that along here. Just follow that curve. And I'm going to snap it to the grid. And I'm just going to move that back. You can space these out a little bit if you want to. And just tweak that curve just so it's nice and smooth. Okay. If you find that your image is getting in the way, you can always go into show and turn off your cameras for a moment just to see. You can see that you can see your curves a little bit better if you do that. You want to match up the image, but you also want a nice smooth curve. So you might occasionally do that just to check things. All right, so now looks like, if I turn my camera back on, it looks like we just got this guy and maybe one more from the side to do. So I'm going to just quickly go ahead and draw this in. If I can get it snapped here. If you hold down your shift key, you can draw a perfectly straight line across here. And then I'm going to snap it to that grid. Pull that out. There we go. And we'll have an opportunity to kind of tweak these curves and rebuild them so they all match up. That's going to be another issue. Let's check that in our other views. Alright, that looks pretty good. If we check the trunk there, looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and draw in, I think we want to go ahead and draw in a couple more curves, maybe the curve on this back to define the back of this, and maybe one more back here so that we can create these panels behind the back wheel arch. Okay, so let's go into our side view and let's go ahead and draw this curve here. Let's actually, for the back one, let's go ahead and see if we can use our back view. If we go into orthographic, we've got a back view here, which has our back of our car. We select those those three curves. Let's see where those end up. You know, it's a little hard to see them where those are ending up right there. But basically, this is the curve that we want to draw right here from this all the way over and down. Okay, so let's go ahead and draw it from our side view, and then we can go ahead and tweak those points. All right, so I'm just going to actually, because we know that these curves are kind of where we want them. Let's go ahead and move this one back just a little bit. We know these are where we want them, so we can feel fairly safe in snapping our curve to those. We know that that'll help us get that curvature before we even have to do any tweaking. So I'm going to snap the first curve here, or the first CV here, EP rather, and snap the next one there, snap the next one there, and then I'm going to just continue down the side here, all the way to the bottom. I want to stop at this kind of corner. And now I can go in and tweak those points a little bit. There's some that are closer together, and in a smooth, what should be a smooth area, we can go ahead and separate those. Much like with polygons and sub-Ds, if you bring CVs closer together, you're going to get a sharper curve there. So right now we want most of ours to be kind of spaced out. And let's take a look at this from our perspective. Alright, so that's not looking too bad, but we need to go into our back view and tweak that out a little bit. Alright, so it looks like we know that this guy needs to come over and over here, so we'll just tweak those into position to kind of create that curve down here. And let's check out this one. Yeah, it looks like that we want to tweak that curve in, so let's go ahead and pull this point in, and then we will take care of the other curve that we want to match up, want that to match up with. Okay, so get these where we want them here from our back view. Here we go. Let's try to avoid any flat spots there. All right. And now we can take care of this, so we can go ahead and I want to snap this over here. And from the side, I want it to be in line here. That's going to give us match up that curve. And now all we have to do is go in here and just tweak that out a little bit. So doing things like this might be a little bit harder to do after the fact if you create it in polygons, because you're going to have maybe more resolution. It's going to be easier to get dense and stuff. So this is kind of using these curves, kind of makes things a little bit better doing all this stuff at the beginning and getting your curvatures all the way you want them, so you don't have to worry about that as much later on when it could be more of a problem. Okay, so just kind of smooth that out so it tapers nicely back in there. Let's see if we need to snap this one as well. I think we might. Looks like it. So I'll just snap this to my curve here. If I can get that on there. Yeah. There we go. All right. And then we can look and see how that affects the other ones, and we can go ahead and move those in just a little bit. Okay, so we're getting everything nicely matched up. All right, now let's take a look here. Okay, so we've got a bunch of curves built for kind of a base that we're going to use for our car to start building off some NURBS surfaces that we're going to use here. So in the next lesson, we're actually going to go in and look at these curves and see how we can kind of rebuild them and detach them and just kind of prepare them in general to be built into these NURBS surfaces that we're going to use as a base. Okay, we'll tackle that in the next lesson. Well, now that we've got all of our curves drawn out, there's just a few things that we need to take care of to prepare these curves to create our base geometry. Okay, so here are the curves that we have. If you'll notice, I've drawn a couple of extra curves. This is scene file 6, which is in there. If you take a look at that, I drew one here from the back of the wheel arch to the back line here and then one underneath here, just to kind of fill this out. All right, so we've talked about the advantages of using NURBS to create this base geometry, and there are a couple of disadvantages to using a NURBS. Okay, so if I bring in a NURBS plane here just to illustrate this, you can see that it's just a square patch. Even if I bump up the resolution, it's always going to be a square patch, 4 corners and 4 sides, and that's what this geometry that we're going to build is going to have to conform to. Okay, so it has a little bit less flexibility than using polygons, but we'll be able to convert that at some point and get into using the advantages of polygons as well. So, but right now, we're going to build these NURBS surfaces from these curves. It's going to have to conform to being a square patch. Now, the patch can be differently shaped. The corners can be, in different spots, but essentially, it's always going to be a square patch. So we need to look at how we can change up our curves in order to take advantage of that and in order to get things to work correctly. Okay, so what that means is the opposite sides of the patch are going to need to have the same number of CVs. Okay, so there's a U in the NURBS space, there's a U and V. So along our curves, we just have the U here. You can see we've got a number of CVs. If you select the curve and hit Control A, bring up your attribute editor, you'll see that the number of spans on this one is 12. Okay, so that means that if we look at this one, this is 18, this one is 14. Okay, so if we try to create a surface between these, we're going to get some really weird results because we're trying to combine something with 12 divisions, and then we're going to 18 divisions and then 14 divisions. So what we want to do is match all these up resolution-wise so that we have nice clean lines going across, nicely parameterized. Okay, so I'm going to pick something like 18. I think it's a good number because if you look at it right now, if you look at our CVs, we've got some kind of irregular spacing and not a lot of CVs, which was okay for when we were actually creating those curves, but now we want them to be kind of evenly spaced and uniform. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and rebuild this guy. And rebuilding is just taking the curve. It's going to keep that curvature as much as possible, but it's going to kind of change it to the number of CVs you want and kind of space them out a little bit. We can do that under Edit Curves, and I'm going to bring up the Rebuild Curve option box here with my curve selected. And right now I just want to do a uniform, which is going to space them out evenly. I want to keep the ends, and I can set my number of spans in here. I'm going to set that to 18. I want to make sure my degree is cubic. It'll be nice and smooth. And let's go ahead and rebuild that. All right, it doesn't look like much has happened here, but when we go in to select our CVs, you can see we have more of them, and they're nice and evenly spaced out. Okay. If we go into our attribute editor now, we can see that our spans are now 18. Okay. Let's look at this one. Like that one looks good. And if we shift select that, now if we take a look and imagine that we have geometry going between here, you can see that those lines are going to be nice and even right there. Okay. Let's just do our last one here. This is the last one we're going to use these three to create this curvature along the top here. So if we look at those CVs, you can see that they need to be rebuilt. So I'm going to go in and do rebuild again. And one thing that might happen when you do this rebuild, because we had so many CVs defining this curve right here, you might have to go in and tweak that a little bit because now we don't have as many. It's spaced them out a lot more evenly, which in this case could change the curvature just a little bit. So you can always go in and grab those points and move them around just a little bit. It doesn't have to match perfectly, but you can see we can get it pretty close here just by grabbing these points. And we got a lot fewer of them because now they're spaced out more evenly all along the body here. Okay. All right, so we've got those prepared. We're going to loft those together to create a surface. Let's look at what we can do here. We want to actually create a square patch between this curve and this curve right here. So we need to create two ends, a side here and a side here. Right now we have this whole wheel arch, and this whole wheel arch is one piece. So right now all we need to do is go up and like the curve point right up here where this ends, and let's detach that curve. So now we have that piece separated. Let's do the same thing over here. Select a curve point right there, and we'll just detach that. All right, let's check on our resolution here. And you can see we've got, it's pretty low res, but it's going to be a little tricky. We want to match it up to this guy up here. If we count these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's say 9. Let's try that. It's 7 right now, so I'm going to rebuild that curve to 9. The same settings. And because we're trying to match up with kind of a middle section, it's going to be a little bit trickier, but we'll be able to change that up a little bit when we get ready to combine all these pieces together. So let's say we're going to have that 9, so we want this to be 9 as well. I'm going to just hit the G key to repeat that rebuild. So it's rebuilt that curve down at the bottom. And let's check and see what our resolution is like over here. This is only 3. I want to bump that up a little bit. We're going to need plenty of resolution along this side. I'm going to go ahead and bump that up to something like 6. You're going to find that you're going to need to increase your resolution at various points when you're doing this model, because we're going to be adding scoops and extruding things in and adding resolution so it can be sub-D'd, and you're always going to be adding more resolution. The more resolution that you can add at this point when we do these panels is going to help, because when we're doing it in polygon mode, when you add resolution, you're going to change the shape. For instance, along this arch, right now if we add resolution along here by rebuilding this curve, it's not changing the shape. It's just adding points along this curve. If we were to have this as a sub-D shape or a poly shape that we're going to smooth, and we constantly we're going in here and adding resolution, which we're actually going to have to do a little bit of, you're going to find that the more you do that, the more the shape is going to change. It's going to get flat spots and points and things. So the more resolution that you can add at this point, the better. We'll have a chance to do that still as long as we have this as a NURB surface. But right now, let's rebuild this to 6 and work with that. Rebuild that, check it out. Okay. And we'll just rebuild this guy too, just so they match up. So you can see now, like we were looking at our NURBS patch earlier. Let me just try that again. There we go. Like we were seeing our NURBS patch earlier, you see it illustrated a little bit better here. This being the top of the patch and the bottom, and then these two would be the sides. Okay, so we've got the same number on either side, same number on the top and bottom, so that we get a nice square patch. Okay. All right, so now we have this curve, which we will work with in a little bit, and we have this curve, which we can go ahead. We know that we're going to have square patches. Right now, it's not working for us, so we need to go ahead and cut that right here so we can make this back piece a patch by itself. I'm going to just grab the curve point right up there, and I'm going to just detach that. All right. And let's go ahead and do the same thing with this back portion. I'm going to just detach that. And then I can go in here. Looks like it's 3. We did this one as 6. Let's maybe make this one a 4. Just to get enough resolution in there. Rebuild that. Rebuild that. So now we've got matching sides here. And this guy is a 4, so let's also rebuild this guy to a 4. All right, so these guys are going to match up nicely. Now, if you look, we're going to actually have some issues here. We need eventually a line right here at this corner in order to cut that into a patch. And we'll also need a line right here at this corner where these corners meet. So basically, we're going to have a piece that goes right here, stops, piece that goes up to here, stops, and then this will be a piece. But we'll be able to pull that out of this big piece. We'll be able to pull those curves out and use that as we go along. Because you'll find one of the other advantages of using a NURB surface is that, say I only have 3 curves right here, and I loft those into a surface, now I have an option of pulling a curve out basically along any part of this surface. It's basically made up of any number of curves along here that I can just grab and pull out and use. Okay. Same goes for along the longitude here. All right. So let's see, we got those cut up and rebuilt. Let's go ahead and work with these top curves. And I'm going to just group all these together. Just hitting Control G, I'm going to group them together. I'm going to just duplicate those and scale them over in X. All right, that's going to give me my curves because they were right at the origin. You can see there, just flipped them over so we can get our whole curve here. And I'm going to just attach those using the blend there. Oh. Well, it looks like, let me go ahead and delete my history here. Let's try that again. Looks like we've got an extra, well, it looks like it worked. And we'll just attach that. That one. And delete that extra one. There we go. Attach those and those. Alright, let's grab all those and delete the history on them. Alright, so now we need to look at what we're going to use to build off of. So we want this one and this one to be the same. So let me look at what our resolution is here. It's 6. But they're not spaced out that great. I'm going to go ahead and bump that up to 8. And let's make it 8. Let's make it 8 all the way across. Okay. So I'm going to just edit curve, rebuild curve, and set my settings to number of spans 8. Go ahead and apply that. You can see that it's spaced it out nice and even for us. Let's go ahead and rebuild that guy to 8. And I'm just going to rebuild all these curves down the line. Okay. It's going to give us a nice topology there with all these matching up. Okay. And now let's look at these guys right here. Alright, so let's make those, let's check that out, it's 9 right now. Let's go ahead and just bump that down to an even 8. I think it should be fine for us. I'll just rebuild that. Rebuild curve. Check that out. I think that'll work for us. When you do rebuild, especially when you go down, you might want to check out the curvature. Just make sure it hasn't changed on you. If it has, you can always just tweak it just a little bit. And just, let's go ahead and rebuild this guy before I start tweaking him. And let's rebuild that. There we go. And that looks pretty good. Alright, so we've got our curves kind of rebuilt and got the curves cut apart that we need. I think so. We might need to do a little bit more tweaking as we go, but in the next lesson we're actually going to start going through these curves and pulling out some base NURBS geometry that we can use for our car. Okay, we'll get right to that in the next lesson. Now that we've got all our curves drawn out and rebuilt and cut and detached, let's go ahead and use those to build out some NURBS geometry for the base of our car. So here are curves. Now, one thing to be aware of, this is something that you don't have to do, but you could. I'm going to just grab these two guys. Now you can see where our points meet up. Now just imagine that there are isoparms going down from each of these CVs. One thing you could do, if these are off by a certain amount, and maybe you want, for aesthetically you want it to be a straighter line or something, you can go in there, and if I select my translate tool options here, if you want to move those points along the normal and you just want to tweak those a little bit closer to these guys up here just to create a straighter line. I'm not going to go through that, but if that's something you want to do, it's simple to do. Just be aware of which axis you're moving it on. You just want to move it along that curve, okay, and just a little bit, just to get those lines nice and straight. Because this curve right here creates a little bit of an issue, and it could be a little bit of a problem just to get a nice straight line. So that's just something to be aware of. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is use these first three lines that we did here. This belt line we drew across here, and this character line we have on the side, and then we have this intermediate one here. We're going to use these to create a base for our side going up from the front all the way back to the back here. So I'm just going to select these in order from the inside to the outside. All three of those, shift select them. I'm going to go up to under surfaces in the surfaces menu, and I'm going to go into my loft options. And I just want to do a uniform loft with these settings, cubic, and then the section spans are how many spans it's going to put between there. And I just want to do one. I can always add some more later. And we want to output that as a NURB surface, of course. So I'm going to just loft that, see how that looks. So you can see now, basically wherever there was a CV, now there is an isoparm here on this new surface. Okay, so it's kind of just taken those and connected each corresponding CV along that curve and created a new surface for us. All right, let's go ahead and build out this bottom surface while we have it here. And this is going to bring up an issue that you're going to have to be aware of when you're doing these as well. Now we went through and made sure that we had the same parameterization, that is the same number of spans on each of these. So if we look at this guy here, he's 6 and this guy's 6. But if you take another closer look at these, you're going to see we're going to have a problem here. I'm going to just shift select in, look at these vertices. You can see these hollow boxes up here at the top. That's telling you where the beginning of that curve is. Okay, that's up at the top on this side. Now let's look and see over here at our CVs. Well, on this side it's down at the bottom. So if we try to kind of combine these curves in any way, it's going to try to take the top and sort of connect it to the bottom. So if we try to connect these or loft them or anything, they'd be flipped around. So we need to make sure that our beginning points of our curves are at the same on the same sides. It goes for the top and the bottom as well. So if I shift select that, you can see that these are reversed as well. So we want to go in here, and we need to go in and reverse one of these. So on this top one, let's go ahead and reverse the bottom. And we can do that. It doesn't change the shape or anything. It just kind of switches the starting point to the other end. And we can do that under Edit Curves. And we just want to reverse curve direction. Okay. So now if I click on this guy, now his starting point's at the end, and that matches up nicely with the starting point of this guy up here. Now in this case, let's see, let's go ahead and reverse, let's reverse this guy. And now his starting point, oh, did it work? Don't think it worked for us. Let's reverse and check that. Okay, so now our starting points are down here. So this should work fairly well for us. Now for this, we're going to actually use something called a boundary. And I'm just going to grab this wheel arch curve here. I'm going to go around clockwise, selecting these curves till I got them all selected. And now I'm going to go up to surfaces and just do a boundary. And these are the options that we have for that. I'm just going to go ahead and do that. You can see that's created a nice surface for us between those curves. All right. So now we've got these base pieces filled in. Let's go ahead and start looking at how we can complete this guy. All right, so we've got this curve here. So that can be an actual piece of geometry. That's a patch. Let's check those match up nicely. And those match up. So let's go ahead and try to do let's do another boundary on that guy. And we can tweak that. looks good. And so now we need to create geometry through here somehow. So we need to actually pull out some curves from this guy. All right. Another thing we will need is we have these two curves, but if we just lofted between, it would go straight there. So we need it to follow this curve. So we need to somehow extract that curve. So once if we have this NURB surface, it's really easy to go in and pull curves out of there, even curves that aren't part of that didn't exist before. These new isoparms that you see going across this way are basically curves that we can pull out, or we can pull out any curves along the surface. So what we want to do is find a curve. I'm going to just pull this isoparm, right click isoparm, and I'm going to just pull that, and it's basically sliding this along the surface. And I'm going to just drop it right there. And that looks pretty good. So let's see. We might actually, yeah, let's go ahead and, well, let me take a look here. Let's go ahead and can say insert isoparm there if you want to. And that doesn't actually pull a curve off, that adds that resolution in there. And we'll look at how we can actually extract a curve here. If we didn't have this curve that we had built this guy with, you can go in here, pull this isoparm over, and wherever you want it, you could say somewhere in the middle, let's say, and you could go up to Edit NURBS, and you could pull that curve off of there. It's actually under Edit Curves. You could say Duplicate Surface Curve, and that's going to create a copy of that curve, which is just an isoparm on this surface that you could actually use for, let's grab it there, and I wanted to have my world translate here. So now you can see we have a new curve that's derived from this surface that we built, but it's just along this curvature. So now we could use that for something else. So in this case, we can use our original curve because it's what the surface was built off of. So once we're happy with how this surface looks, right now it's connected via the history to these curves. So anytime we move one of these curves, that surface is going to change with it. So if you have this surface built and you see something you need to tweak on your curves, you can go ahead and do that while you have your history on, and that should work just fine. In this case, I'm going to go ahead and delete my history. Now, as long as you have your curves, keep in mind that you can always recreate this surface. If something goes bad with this surface, you can always just blow it away and reloft it if you have your same curves. Okay, so that's just a good thing to keep those around. All right, so in this case, I'm going to go in here and I need to connect a curve between here. So I'm going to snap that to this curve. And let's go into side view here. And I'm just going to snap it up to here with maybe one in between. And just snap that along that curve. I'll just snap it right there. And I'll just pull it in a little bit. All right. And we'll just kind of match that up. Let's see what our parameterization is on that too. We actually bump that down. Let's see if we can rebuild that to a 1. Just so we don't have, we're not trying to match that curve up. That'll be better. All right, so now we need to do the same thing right over here into this new isoparm that we built here. So go into my side view once again. And let's find where we need to do that. And there's the point we need to start at. So I'm going to snap that to my curve and just pop that, pop that into the position there. And let's go ahead and rebuild that guy to 1. Let's check it out. All right, so what that's basically doing is cutting that off so that now we're going to be able to make a nice piece of geometry between here and then fill in a nice piece of geometry back here, okay? Alright, so we still have this strip in here we need to worry about. It's cut off nicely at this end. Let's look at what's going on over on this side. Alright, so basically we're going to have this curve. It needs to get cut off right about here. Alright, this corner. So let's go ahead and do that in our side view. And let's do the same thing. I'm going to, in my curve tool, I'm going to snap that. I'm going to snap it right up there. Like so. And then I'm just going to rebuild it. Yeah, let's take a look at that. Okay. Now you can see that we have this curve's kind of going straight out here. I want to add a little bit of bump here. So what we can do is go in here and add an isoparm where we want that resolution to be. Now you can see that it's adding an isoparm all along this body. That's okay because it's not going to change that curvature. Alright, so I'm just going to go up to Insert Isoparm. And now I have that, I can grab maybe one or two of these points. And I just want to create a little bit of a bulge there. Right on the top of the fender there. Just so it's not going straight into it. Okay. Alright. Okay, so now we basically need some geometry between here and here, and all the way along this portion, and back here. Alright, so we've got these main parts here, so let's go ahead and tackle that in the next lesson. We'll also build off the trunk and this greenhouse part all across the top here, and the hood, and we'll fill in any of the areas that we haven't got to so far, okay? We'll take care of that in the next lesson. In this lesson, we'll finish out building our NURBS panels, starting with the top and going back and filling in any spots on the side. Okay, so here is our car. You'll notice that I've added a few, actually two curves on the top. This is just a curve for the windshield. You can see right here, I've just drawn that following there, and I've snapped it to the two side curves. And this is just for the backlight, the back windshield here. Okay, so I've just done it the same way that I built this one, just drawn it and rebuilt it to 8 spans. Okay, so all these are 8 spans now. And I'd like to actually, before we cut this up, I want to actually just build one piece that goes all the way from the front to the back, and then we'll cut it up for the different sections. But to get that one piece, we can use something called a bi-rail. Now, bi-rails are a little bit tricky and a little bit touchy, so there are a few things you need to be aware of when you're using a bi-rail. Okay? The first thing to be aware of is you need to make sure that all of your profiles, the ends, are snapped to your rail curve. So if we look at these are going to be our profile curves. Okay? And these are going to be our rail curves. So basically this geometry is going to be created from the first profile all the way along to the second one. But we need to make sure that the ends of all these profiles are snapped right to those curves. And you can do that as we've done before by selecting the ends and holding down the C key and dragging that across that curve until it snaps to it. Okay. If you don't have those snap, it's not going to work. You can actually illustrate this by just pulling this off the surface just a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and show you how to do the bi-rail. First, we're going to select the first profile curve. Okay, so get all of your curves right here. I'm going to select the first one. I'm going to go up to Surfaces, bi-rail, and in this case, we have more than 3 profiles, so we're going to use a bi-rail 3. If you have just 2 profiles, you can do a bi-rail 2, but I'm going to select this. Let's go into Options and see what we've got set here. So nothing selected here. We've got proportional. And I'm just going to hit bi-rail. It's going to tell me right down here in the status line that what I need to do. I need to select additional profiles. So I'm going to just go ahead and I don't have to shift select or anything. I'm going to just select those. And now I want to hit enter to start my rail selection. So I'm going to do that. Select this one and this one. You can see right here we've got an error message. Bi-rail surface computation failed. And that's because that point wasn't snapped to that curve. If we look in here, we can see that a surface has been created, but we can't see it. So let's go in here and see if you get that message, you want to go in and make sure that your curves are snapped. So I'm just going to grab this guy, snap it right there, and you can see our surface appears. Now it doesn't look very pretty, and we're going to go into what we can do to rebuild this guy in a little bit, but at least we have some geometry here that kind of follows the curvature that we want, and now we can take that and cut those things out. Okay. I also wanted to go ahead and take this curve and maybe just loft a quick piece of geometry between there. Now we can go down and concentrate on this guy. And when you're working with NURBS, it's going to be a little bit tricky. We're not using NURBS throughout the whole training. We're just trying to get a base built here, but you still have to, there are a few things you have to worry about, and that's especially true if you're going to be lofting between different surfaces and creating surfaces that way. You're going to have to do a little bit of rebuilding. Okay, and this will be a good chance to take a look at some of those things. We've already rebuilt curves, and we're going to do some more rebuilding on some surfaces here. Okay, so we have these gaps here that we need to fill out. We want to do a panel right here. We want to have a panel right here. So we need to create that geometry between there. We have some curves, but what we can actually do is, since we have two surfaces here, I'm just going to turn off our curves for a second. We can actually, you can actually create geometry using these isoparms instead of curves. Okay. So right now this isoparm continues along the whole surface here. So what we want to do is somehow get this cut up so that we can have matching isoparms here. Okay. So we're going to cut that out. The first thing we need to do, I'm going to go ahead and check my parameterization. Okay. And looks like it's a little bit off. So I'm going to rebuild this guy. Okay. So we have 19 spans by 3 spans. So that means we've got 19 spans going along this way by 3 spans going that way. Okay. So I'm just going to rebuild this. I'm going to actually look here. I think that I don't need this guy. I'm going to get rid of him, and then I'm just going to do a rebuild real quick. And I'm going to select CVs and uniform. And I'll just rebuild that. You can see that the isoparms have moved a little bit, and that's okay for our purposes because we're going to define that the edges when we get to polygon. We just want the basic shape here. Okay, so now we want to actually, let's turn our curves back on so we can see this. Actually cut that up. So anytime you want to add an edge here or an isoparm, you can go ahead and do that. And then if I want to just detach that surface, I can go into Edit NURBS, Detach Surfaces. And let's look at this guy right here. Okay, you can see our min-max is all messed up, and that happens anytime you're going to detach surfaces. So I want you to get used to going in here after you detach your surfaces, and you have to do a little rebuild. Okay, just do a quick rebuild. Now if we look at this, we can see that this is 4 spans across, so it's 4 by 4, whereas this is only 3. So we need to rebuild. Let's rebuild this guy down 1. Okay, so I'm just going to go into rebuild. Instead of having my CV button here, I'm going to unselect that, and I'm going to do, I think we want to do 3 by 4. Let's try that. Okay, and that was, you can see that this was my 4, so this was V and this was U. So I'm going to rebuild that and switch that around. 4 by 3. There we go. So now we have 3 and 3. So now if we take this isoparm and take this isoparm, I've just shift selected both of these and taken both of those isoparms there. And then I'm just going to do a quick loft. You can see that that's created geometry between there. Okay. Now let's go up to this point right here. This guy is 2. I'm going to just rebuild this guy to 1, I think, under rebuild curve. A lot of rebuilding here. Rebuilding him to 1 number of spans. So now I use 1, 0 to 1. And this guy I need to rebuild too, so I'll just grab him and rebuild him to, I think we want to do 1 by 3. There we go. And now grab that isoparm and that curve shift selecting that curve, and do a loft. Okay, so I'm just filling in these spaces with geometry right here. This guy, I want to detach here. This is the point that we want it to match up with. So I'm going to just detach that surface. And if we look at that, we're going to do a rebuild. Let's do a rebuild CVs. This with the CVs on, this is just a rebuild to clean up your parameterization so that when you go to loft it or create a surface that 0 to 1 or 0 to number of spans is set. Okay. So if we look at it now, you can see that this is now clean. Okay. And let's look at this guy. He looks okay. So let's see if we can select this isoparm and shift select this guy, right click, select that isoparm. So now we're lofting between two isoparms, just like we did before. Let me just loft that. Alright, so we're starting to fill in our geometry a little bit. And now we've got this guy. Let's check him out. So this is a curve, spans 4 spans. And let's check this guy out. It's like he's got 5. So we need to rebuild this curve anyway because of the parameterization. So I'm going to go ahead and bump that up to 5 when we do a rebuild. So I'm going to select 5 spans and just do a rebuild there. Alright, now let's try this. I'm going to grab this isoparm and shift select this curve. And let's just do a loft. Alright, so that filled in that geometry underneath there. And we've got that all filled in. Let's go look up here at this guy real quick. And it looks like he needs to have some rebuilding done on him. But I want to make sure that I want to cut out kind of the windshield and the back window before I do that. So I'm going to select the isoparm here. That is the windshield. And I'm just going to edit NURBS detach. Okay, so that's now a separate piece. And I'm also going to select this isoparm and detach that. Okay, so that's a separate piece now too. Alright, now I'm going to go ahead and just delete my history on these. Now if we look at this, it's all messed up, the parameterization. You can see even here we've got 2 isoparms next to each other. Be a good idea just to rebuild that. Right now in UNV it's 14 by 8. Let's go ahead and make that maybe 8 by 8. I'm going to just set that to 8 by 8. Do a rebuild. Okay, so you can see that's cleaned it up quite a bit. This guy is 1 by 8. I want to add a few there, so I'm going to rebuild him to maybe 3 by 8. Just to add a little bit. And let's do the same thing with this guy. 3 by 8 to get our shield there. And if we turn off our curves, you can see that a little bit better. Alright, so now we've got a bunch of NURBS panels that we can use for our car. So in the next lesson we're going to come in, finally get out of this NURBS mess and start converting these into poly, combining them together and fitting them, reshaping it just a little bit so that we can start working on the side of our car. Okay, that'll be the next lesson. Now let's take those NURBS panels that we've created, convert them to polygons and combine them together. So here we've got the NURBS panels that we've just finished creating, and we want to get these to a polygon so that we can start combining them and extruding things out and building in those scoops. So what we want to do first is to actually just convert those into polygons. So I'm just going to select this NURBS surface here, go to Modify, Convert, and we're going to convert NURBS to polygons. And we're going to use these settings, okay? General tessellation, and we want to set the UNV type to per span number of isoparms. And if we look at that, we tessellate, you can see that that's created, our NURBS surface is still there, that's created a surface where the points match up. We've got the same sort of resolution and topology here that we had with our NURBS. Okay, so I'm going to go through here and just convert all these little patches to polygons. Just make sure you get all of them there. All these guys. And this guy. Alright, I'm just going to turn off our NURBS surfaces so we can see our polygons. Now we've just got polygons. You can see we've got a little bit of tweaking to do. But now let's go ahead and, oh, we missed one. I can see we missed one. This guy right under here. Right there. Convert that to poly. And now what we can do is start combining these together. So let's start with these guys. We've got 3 pieces here, which because they're polygons now we can combine them. So I'm going to just delete their history. I'm going to go up to, you remember where the seams are, right here, right here. But I'm going to go up to Polygon Mesh Combine. That's the first thing we want to do. And then we just want to drag select all those vertices that were on those seams, and we want to merge those together. Okay, so I'm going to just merge. I'm going to hit Control Shift that to add it to our shelf here. I'm going to merge those together. If you find that you're getting things merged that you don't want merged together, you're going to play with this distance. This is basically saying any of these points that are within this distance of each other, I'm just going to merge together. So it's merged the ones that are right on top of each other, which is what we want. So now you can see that this is one piece. We select it here. We'll be able to tweak those points out a little bit later. I'm going to just grab these two, delete the history. I'm going to combine those, grab those verts, and just merge those. Okay, so I'm just going along and grabbing these separate pieces that go together. So right here, if we want to go ahead and select all these, you could do them all at once and just combine. And I like to just periodically delete the history. There's a seam here, so I'm going to merge those. Seam here, I'm going to merge those. There's a seam all along this way. So I'm just going to select all these guys, merge those together. Okay. So now this is all one piece. Let's go ahead and work on this guy. I'm going to grab both of these guys, delete the history, combine them, and I'm going to just grab all these points on this interior that I want to be merged together and merge those. And now I can grab these two guys, delete history, combine, grab those vertices and merge them. Okay. Now for this, I think we actually want to leave these alone for the moment because we want these to be separate pieces. So now let's concentrate on tweaking this out a little bit. You can see that some of our points from the conversion aren't exactly where we want them. This one needs to come down a little bit. So now is the time you can come in here and start tweaking your points a little bit. And you're still at a low enough resolution that you're not going to affect it too much, especially in here like this. What you don't want to do is come in here and start moving points around. You're going to get kind of dense. Okay, so when you're working on the side here, I'll show you in a second how we're going to do that. Okay, so these points obviously need to be moved, right? So rather than move them along the z-axis, which depending on the curvature could cause us to get some dents, I'm going to just move those along the normal and move them down. And that's just kind of cleaning this geometry up a little bit, straightening it up slightly. And I'm just going to straighten those up a little. In a way, being in polygon mode now is nice because you don't have to worry about all the technical stuff of rebuilding and all those kind of things. But now you just need to be careful of how you move your points and making sure you don't create any dents or anything. Okay. And it looks like we need to kind of work on these guys a little bit just to kind of smooth them out. And I'm just moving along the U, along the normal here. There we go. And it looks like Move this guy. This guy I don't really have a... It's not giving me, because it's on the border, it's not giving me exactly where I want to move it. So you can either kind of move it on 2 axes, or you can go back to world and sort of get it the way you want it. Now it looks like we need to add an edge right here. And in this case, that's going to be okay. So I'm going to insert edge loop. We're now getting into our polygon tools. So I'm going to just Control Shift and add that. I'm going to insert an edge loop right here. And just grab that and move it up just to keep my wheel arch looking good. All right, so let's take a look here. Looks like we've got kind of a good blank slate to start building our car. So in the next lesson, I'll show you, we're going to come in here. If I turn my NURB surfaces off, you can see we've got all this detail extruded in on the sides here. So in the next lesson, we're going to start coming in and kind of redrawing these lines and extruding those, the geometry in to create that sort of scooped in look. Okay, and we'll tackle that in the next lesson. Now let's create a large scoop along the side of the car, and we'll extract the door. So if we take a look at our car here, you can see that there's this large scoop detail. It kind of tapers from the front of the door here all the way back in here, so that this would be the most recessed part here. So we need to create that using our polygon geometry here. And the first thing we need to do, if we go into our side view, we can see that our vertices don't really match up with where we need to create that geometry. So the first thing we're going to do is actually kind of redraw those a little bit in order to follow these lines that we need to use to extrude those in. And as we were doing before, I'm going to make sure that I'm going to just move those along the normal, and that's along U and V. So I'm going to just pull these points and start matching up this line here. You can see that the top line, because of how we built this guy, is already matched up. So we don't need to worry about them rather. We're just going to worry about drawing these in here. So I'm just going to grab these points, and then you can look down here, and looks like we need to move these up a little bit. So I'm just going to move those into position. Here we go. And you can see that this is where we want it to kind of start. This is the front of our door also. So it's going to be really important to get some geometry right there. So I'm going to move these, kind of find the closest line here, and move those into alignment here where I want them. And I'll pull these all the way over. And I'll pull that one over. And we'll get to those a little bit in a little bit. Now we'll actually go into our perspective and take a look here. There's only 2 more, so while we're there, we might as well just go ahead and move those over to position there. And that's going to help us to cut out this door when we're ready to do that. There we go. And just grab those. And now we've got our door kind of defined here. Just make sure that's nice and smooth here. Let's go back and check our bottom part here. I think these need to come up just a little bit. And maybe this one as well. Okay, so you can see that what we're creating here, if you look at what the faces that are defined by these edges, you can see that that's enclosed within that scoop right there. Okay, if you want to, you can straighten these out just a little bit, but you don't really need to do that. So now we're going to go in and grab these faces. And let's see, I think I want to go ahead and grab all these right here and just continue and just select all those faces that we've now enclosed in what we've drawn here. If we take a look in our perspective, you can see the faces that we've picked here. All right. I think I'd like, looking at this, it looks a little bit sloped. It's kind of hard to see on the image here, but I think I want that to be a little bit straighter. So I'm going to just straighten that out a little. I don't want there to be kind of that convex look there. So straighten that out a bit. There we go. Now I'm going to just grab all those faces again. There we go. Get that one. All right, so I want to make sure I go back into my object or world here. All right, so now we want to go ahead and extrude this. And so to do that, we're going to use another one of our polygon tools. So make sure we're in our polygons here. Under Edit Mesh, I'm just going to extrude. And I'm going to hit Control-Shift, add that to my shelf here. So I'm just going to extrude that. It's going to give me that manipulator. And I just want to actually shrink that down a bit. I hit the minus key. And this is our local mode. And I'm going to actually go into world, so it's going to use the world axes to extrude that. So you can see that this axis now matches up with this world axis, and I'm going to just extrude that back in X. Okay. Now right now I'm looking at this back part because this is the most recessed part of our little scoop here. But we don't want the whole thing to be recessed like that. So I'm just going to hit on my little, click on my rotation axis here. And I'm going to rotate this whole thing in Y just to get a little bit of a slope there, and pull it back out in X. And what I want to do is just get a nice slope and gradually bring these points out so that they are flush with the points right here. Okay. So bring those out a little bit. Looks pretty good. Let me see how close these are. And those are close enough, I think. So you can see that now that tapers back from this side all the way back into there. So now what I want to do is I actually want these to, I want to combine these back to the original point. So I'm just going to grab these points and transform them, and I'm going to hit my V key to snap those back to the original points. Okay. I'm going to just do that all the way down this row that we've just extruded here. Get all those. And then I'm just going to grab those, and we're going to merge those together. So I'm going to add that to my shelf. It's under Edit Mesh, right here, Merge. And this is just going to combine those vertices. So merge those, and just select all these, and do a merge. Okay. So that's left us with a couple of triangles here, but we'll take care of those. Okay, so we've got that scoop extruded in. So now what we want to do is we're going to be adding some resolution along here so that when we sub-D this, it's going to be nice and tight and be the right shape that we want. So what we want to do is I think we want to cut out this door. Okay, so anything that you can separate is going to enable you to isolate the geometry when you add that, so that you're not carrying the geometry all the way up here in places that you might not want it. So it's going to give us points where we can cut that geometry, cut it off. Okay, and that'll make a little more sense as we go through. But I'm just going to grab these, all the faces that define our door, and that's not going to be all the faces that we just extruded. It's going to be, looks like, actually, let me look at this here. Looks like that's right here. So it looks like we may need to actually redraw these a little bit. So we can do that by just using the same process that we used to draw our scoop. And you can see moving along normal, we're working inside this scoop here, and that's on an angle, obviously. So using this move along normal is helping us to keep that angle. Okay. You could also go in here and add an edge as well if you wanted to do that. I'm just going to move these into position here. These on the edge, you can see that if we try to move those together, the two normals aren't moving exactly. If we look at it in this view, they aren't moving exactly the same. So in this case, we could do just one at a time. And we want to make sure that we keep our angle in this one because it's at the corner here. It's not on the face, so it's not behaving exactly as we would hope. And just move those. Here we go. And we're just trying to get that door geometry sort of moved into position here. Grab this guy, move him over. And we're still relatively low res at this point. So even moving these points, if you mess up, you're going to be able to fix it fairly easily. So just be a little bit cautious. And let's go ahead and move these points too. It's hard to see in this picture where the actual door geometry is, but I think it's gonna curve a little bit up around here, match up right there, I believe. So we'll go ahead and move that geometry into where we want it. Okay. All right, so we've got our door pretty well defined. Let's move this in just a little bit. There we go. So now, look at this, and you can space these out a little if you want to. Looks like this needs to come out just a hair. So now if we go into our side view, and I'm going to just select the door geometry, which I believe is right there. And these guys all the way up to the front of the door. Let's go ahead and check that. Make sure we got that selected. And now we can just separate that. And what we need to do to break this out is to actually use an extract. And that's going to extract all the faces that we have selected from our current geometry. So if I do extract, and let's go ahead and while I'm here, I'll just add that to our shelf here. I'm going to just extract that. And now you can see that I've got my door. I'm going to just delete that history. My door geometry is separated. And now I have this nice frame piece that the geometry matches up perfectly with the door, and yet it's a separate piece. Alright. So in the next lesson, we're actually going to go in, if we look at this drawing here, we're going to go in and draw out, using the same kind of techniques, we're going to draw out this bottom scoop. It's a little more complex. But we're going to draw that out and start extruding that in as well. In this lesson, we'll draw out and extrude the scoops on the bottom portion of our side panels. Alright, so if we take a look here, it's a little bit hard to see maybe in this image, but try to look at what this scoop is doing here. And so basically this is, it's curved up here and kind of squared off in the back. And what it's doing is basically, you've got a tapered extrusion, much like the scoop, going from the back to the front. So it's deeper on the front. And then you've got a portion of that up above that's tapered in the opposite direction. So this is tapered from back to front. It's going in, and then a portion of that to the back is going in the other way. So then this is recessed here. So you get this neat little extrusion here. It's a little complex, but it'll look really cool when we get done. So let's go about the work of redrawing these edges. And this is going to start to get a little bit tricky because we're going to have to start adding edges along this length. And what that's going to do, if you take a look here, you can see that these edges end up on our wheel arch. And the more edges we add, it's going to just continue to square off these points, and that's not what we want. So continually, you're going to have to keep watching this right here and on this part, and you're going to have to continually keep moving those points back to keep that circular shape. And you'll see what I mean in just a second. All right, so first let's go ahead and grab some points and try to start matching these up just in a sort of general way, because we don't have a lot of resolution there right now. So just get them kind of in the right spot. And now what we need to do is add some resolution. All right, so we're going to add an edge right here. We're going to do that using our insert edge loop. Add it right along there. Now you can see right here that that's added an edge loop right here on the square. So if we smooth this out, subdeed it, it's going to be kind of squared off right here. So what we need to do is whenever we add an edge, we need to go in here, spread these points out, and continually try to keep that circular shape. And we have the image plane here to help us do that. So over here, it's the same deal. Let me just spread that out a little bit. There we go. And it looks like, well, we could see, but try to figure out how many edges we need to create this kind of curve shape. We'll tackle that in a second. One thing I know is that we do want part of this to stay out and not extrude. Okay, so we're going to actually add an edge loop all the way down here, and let's just grab these points and we'll just pull those in a little bit, just slightly. Here we go. And let's see here. Looks like that edge is squared off. Okay, so let's see. We might need one more edge right along here. So I'm going to go ahead and add that in just right here to maybe tighten that curve up just a little bit. And I'm going to grab these faces, all the faces included here, in our. Now if you can see right here the portion that's going to be extruded back. So before we extrude that, let's go ahead and add that extra edge in there. You could do it afterwards, but we'll go ahead and do it right now. And again, we'll just tweak that little edge right there, a little vert. Okay, now what we want to do is grab all these faces right here, all the way back, all the way back to the end of our scoop there. And if we go in our perspective view, there we go, you can see what we've got selected here. So now we want to do basically sort of the opposite of what we did here. So we want to extrude in, and then we want to rotate it so that this is a little more recessed, if that makes sense. So we go ahead and extrude. We go into world mode here. I'm going to just move it in slightly. This one we don't want to be so deep. I'm going to rotate that back. Okay. Let's check out, see where these points are ending up. That's actually pretty close. If you get that error message when you go to try to move something, it could be you could still have your move by normals on, so you need to check that. All right, so we've got that extrusion taken care of, but now we need to do another extrusion. So before we do that, I would like to go ahead and close these up. They're pretty close, so I'm just going to go ahead and merge those together. Oops. And merge those. Okay. So we've got that first portion extruded in. Now we need to worry about the second part, and that's the extrusion going the opposite way. And we need to select the appropriate faces. So we're basically selecting everything except that bottom row there. Okay. Actually, let's take a look at this. I don't think it starts all the way at the front. I think it starts right up here. You can see where this edge starts. That's where we're going to start our extrusion. So let's take a look at that. In our side view, you can check that. It starts maybe right about here or so. We'll start maybe up one more. Okay. And this we're going to do the same thing. We're just going to reverse our process here. We're going to just extrude that. Extrude it in a bit. And this time I'm going to rotate it the other way. Like so. All right. And I'm going to grab these points. These are a little far off, so I'm going to go ahead and snap those in so my other points don't move. And let's merge those together. Merge those together. Merge, merge. All right, and the back part of this scoop actually extends in even more, so I'm just going to grab these two faces. I'll push them in a little bit, and I'll actually even extrude them in, I think. I'm going to do that. Extrude those in, and maybe send them back a little bit. And just smooth that out, just like that. Alright, so if we turn off our wireframe, we can see what we've done here. We've extruded this in, and then we've extruded that to make a more complex scoop here on the side of our car. Okay, so we've got that done. So in the next lesson, we're going to come in and start adding edges along here so that we can sub-D this. Right now, if we sub-D'd it, it'd be just a big blob. So what we need to do is add some edges to hold these shapes, any of these sharp corners, and we'll come in and do that right in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to go in and start adding some edge loops along the side of our car in order to enable it to be subdivided. And so here is our car. It's starting to take shape a little bit. Got the scoops extruded in. But we know that we've converted this from NURBS to poly, and we know that eventually we're going to actually smooth this out by converting it to a sub-D surface. So there are a few things that we need to take care of along the way in order to get that surface looking like we want. Okay, so if we take this guy and convert him right now to a subdivision surface, and I'm going to just add that to my shelf here. If we go ahead and convert that guy and hit 3 to smooth out, let's take a look at what happens. I'm going to turn my wireframe off. You can see that all this detail gets just smushed out kind of. It's all really soft and there's no real hard edges. And that's because, if I undo out of here, because of the low resolution of our object here. You can see that this is smoothing it between this guy. There's only 3 edges here defining this whole sharp edge. So what we need to do is just to sharpen that up is to add some edges along these corners. Also, anywhere that is a sharp corner that we want to keep, we need to add an edge. So right here, instead of smoothing this around like this, we want to add edges up here in order to retain that sharpness right there, if that's what we want, depending on how sharp we want it to be. All right, so let's take a look at how we can do that. And that's going to cause us a few problems, like around here. We're going to have to continually soften that up, kind of create that circle that we want to maintain, because we're going to be adding resolution along here and also along this way. So start maybe at the bottom and look at this. So we want the bottom here to be kind of a sharp edge, and then we want a sharp edge up here. So I'm going to just add two edges using my insert edge loop tool right there. And let's see where else. On the inside of our scoop down here, we want to add an edge. So I'm going to just pull an edge right in there. Kind of pull it up next to the side there. Now you'll notice right here, what we have is a triangle right here. So at this point it's okay because that edge that we've added has created this quad here. But we may need to go back in and change that around because we're doing this as a sub-D surface, it's going to be wise for us, even though it's not going to deform. I usually like to make sure everything is four-sided. So we'll take a look at that. Now we want this edge in here to be a little bit sharp, so I'm going to just add one in there. And you can see that that's now creating that down there, which we're going to deal with. And let's see, we want this edge to be sharp too. Because of the nature of these extrusions, you see we're getting our edges kind of ending up on these triangles here. And the top and the bottom. And let's see, probably want to have one in here. So I'm going to just pop one in there. And when we subdivide that, we'll see how it's affecting our geometry there. Let's go up here to the scoop right here. I'm going to add one right here. And it's going to go all the way up and around and end up turning the corner right here. Okay. And because this is pretty straight, it's not going to bother us too much. But what we want to do now is I'm going to just extrude this scoop back just a little bit. And I'm going to grab these faces. And we want to kind of extrude those back in Z here, just to get a little bit of some space back in there. So I'm going to just extrude that back just a little bit. Okay. And we can go ahead and, if we want to, just add an edge loop in there, sharpen things up a bit. Alright, now let's see where else we need to add some. We need to add some resolution along these edges. We want these to be sharp. And now let's look at our side view here. You can see that these edges are going right into our wheel arch here. So let's go ahead and grab these and kind of space them out a bit. Now these, I want a little bit of edge detail right here, so I'm going to leave these where they are, and we'll tweak those in just a second. Go look at my back wheel arch here. And these I'm going to space out and just try to match along my curve here that I've defined in my image. There we go. And let's take a look back in our perspective and see what else we need to do. So let's go ahead and add some edges from top to bottom. Alright, so I'm just going to use my insert edge loop tool. And for this, sometimes you're going to want edges. In this instance, we have an edge that we want to be close right along here to help define that corner. But let's say that we don't necessarily want it close up here because that has the potential of creating a crease up there where we don't want it. We'd rather have this one spaced out. Now you can either add the edge like this and then go in here and move those points along normal and kind of space them out. Or you can add an edge in the center like this where it's already spaced out. And then if you want to, you can actually, let's see where that is being cut off here. You're going to have to do a little bit of redrawing down here because of the nature of these extrudes, but that's okay. I'm just going to use my split polygon tool. And this is going to allow us to draw edges exactly where we want them. So I'm going to just draw this edge right along here. Like so. I'm just going to end it up right there. And then if I take my insert edge loop tool, and then I can go ahead and connect those so that this is spaced out and these are right where I want them. and then I can just connect those up right here, like that. So you've got the transition here between, it's as if you had taken these and kind of spaced them out a little bit, okay? There we go. Now if we take a look at this corner here, you can see right here that if I continue this line, it's going to go down here, kind of turn this corner and kind of go all kinds of crazy places. So let's see if we can do something about fixing this. So it looks like if I take these two vertices right here and I go ahead and merge those, you can see I still have edges going all the way around, and I fixed another problem. I don't have to continue that edge down the bottom, and I also can get rid of an edge that I have going right into my wheel well, creating some problems for me. Okay, so now all I have to do is pick one of these edges that I've got here. Let's pick the bottom one. Select all those edges, and I'm just going to delete that edge. Under Edit Mesh, I'm going to add that to my shelf, DE, delete edge. I'm going to get rid of that edge and all associated vertices using that tool. And I'm just going to translate those up. All the normals there. And so I was able to, otherwise I would have had to take this edge all the way down, kind of turn this corner. And you can see it's already getting really crowded in here with all of these various edges going on. So sometimes you need to take a look and see where you can cut things off, stop that edge loop. And in this case, we were able to wrap it around here, and it kind of allowed us to fix another problem that we had. Okay, so that's just a good thing to be aware of. All right, so I know up here I want to continue this. This is the character line along the side of this car. I want to kind of continue this line, and I want it to kind of taper into the body back here. So I'm going to go ahead and add a line up here, just like that. And we're going to go in, and I think I want this to be, so if I grab these points, I want it to be kind of sort of coming out from underneath, I guess. So I'm going to just move those in just slightly. I'm going to go back here, move those in just a little bit. And same thing right here, just a little bit less, so that you're going to get this edge detail that kind of fades into the rest of the body, going towards the back of the car. All right. Let's take a look at where else we might need to add a little bit of resolution. And just delete my history every once in a while as I get all those insert edge loop nodes going on there. All right, so it's looking pretty good. I think in the next lesson we're going to come back and add some resolution along this side of where this door meets, and also along this door, because as of now, if we sub-D this, we're going to get kind of curved doors here on the corners, and we want those to be nice and sharp. And we want the line here where these meet to also be nice and sharp, so that's going to require that we add a little bit more resolution there. So we'll come in the next lesson, add a little bit more resolution, and clean some of these things up. In this lesson, let's tackle some of the issues that will come up as we continue to add resolution along the side and the door of our car. All right, so now that we're in polygon mode and working with polygons, we have a little bit more control over, well, a lot more control over how our edge loops continue along the surface of our vehicle. And the computer is going to try to, when we insert these edge loops, it's going to take the easiest way. It's going to go across the four-sided faces, but sometimes the edges don't go exactly where we want them to go, and you don't have to take what the computer gives you. You have the tools here in Maya to redraw those edges to get them exactly the way that you want. An example down here is the fact that we have this edge coming down along the side here. Instead of continuing along here to help us define the corner of our scoop here, it turns the corner and heads that way. And we really don't need it to go that way because we've got plenty of other edges going that way as well. So we need to kind of try to reroute this and kind of redraw things down here and clean them up a little bit. Okay, so Maya has some tools to do that. One of the things you can do right away is I'm just going to take these edges right where in the area that I'm worried about. And I'm just going to hit delete edge right here. We've added it from our shelf, from our menu up here, delete edge and vertex. So it's going to delete the edges and any vertices that are associated with it that aren't attached to another vertex. In this case, we don't have any, so it's just going to get rid of those edges. All right, so now we're going to, I'm just going to add an edge loop right there. Well, you just go ahead and draw that in, just to show you where I want that to be. So this is where we want to continue that edge loop along. So I'm going to go down here at the bottom where that's going to continue. I'm going to just delete that edge as well. And then I can go in here and insert that edge loop, and then I'll just connect it up. Okay, and I'll connect it up at the bottom as well. Right there. But now we have all these edges to worry about over here that are kind of ending up on this edge. We need to figure out something to do. Let's go over here, take a look at what's going on down here at this point. Okay, so one of these edges is coming down here and turning the corner and going up the side. And looking at this geometry, we really don't need that edge at this point, so go ahead and grab that guy and then grab all these associated edges all the way up to the top, and I'm just going to delete those. And let's take a look at what we can do here. So it looks like we've got an edge defining the inside top of this scoop here, but then it turns and kind of goes off in this direction, and then we've got another edge defining the inside top of this scoop. So it'd be nice if we could actually reroute that and connect it. And we can do it real easy right here by just selecting the edge where this is kind of cut off. I'm just going to delete that. You can hit the delete key if you just have one edge. And if you do it on multiple edges, it's going to leave the vertices there, and that's the point where you want to use your delete edge option here. And I'm just going to use my split polygon tool, and I'm going to start up right where that edge began, and I'm going to bring it up to this edge right here. All right, so now we've got that edge connected, and we have what could be a triangle, except for the fact that there are two edges connecting it. So if we can only get rid of one of these, that would help us a lot. So let's see where this guy goes. So he's going all the way up here, and he shows up here. Well, that's going to help us because we need to get rid of another edge up here anyway. So I'm going to go ahead and have those edges selected. I'm just going to delete edge. So now we have a triangle here that's, we have an edge connecting it, so it's making that into a quad, so that's going to work for us. Let's see what we've got up here. Looks like we've got two edges. I'm going to grab this guy, zoom in there a little bit. I'm just going to, where'd he go? There he is. I'm going to just pull him in just a little bit. We don't need it to be quite so tight. So I've got these 2 points here, these 2 vertices that we need to take care of. And one of the ways that we can do this, I'm going to delete my history here, is I'm just going to grab my split polygon tool. I'm going to grab the top edge, okay, and instead of drawing across these, I'm going to cut it off right here at this point. All right, so that will give us a piece of 4-sided geometry right here, and we have been able to eliminate some of the extraneous edges up here that were giving us some problems. Now if we go down here at the bottom, you can also do the same thing right here that we did before. So we go over here and find where this edge is turning the corner and delete that, and basically just repeat the process over on this side. Okay. But right now I'm just going to go in and add some edge loops right here. So we want this to be kind of a nice corner shape, okay, over here. So I'm going to go ahead and, let's see, we want it to be sharp down here. I'm going to edge loop down there, and maybe one up here. And we want the front, you can see we're adding edges, so we need to make sure we go back and manipulate those along this curve. And we want to make sure on the front, if we go to our side view here, we want to maintain that curve, and right now it's kind of getting a little bit sharper than we'd like. So, you know, go ahead and, in this case, I want to use my transform or translate along world or object. And I'm going to just move that out just to smooth things out a bit so it's not so sharp. Okay. And in this case, I can go in here and continue to smooth out my points here that from the new edges that I've created. So we want to go and do that, and on the back as well. There we go. It's getting to where we don't have to move them as much because we've got that circle shape already defined. So the edges that we add aren't really doing that much, so we're not having to move them that far. If we go back into our perspective here. Okay, we need to add some edges along. I think we need one along here because we want this to be a tight fit here where this door meets the panel. So I'm going to add one right along there. And it's going to help us down here, sharpen this guy up. And now we need to start worrying about the door and where the door meets. So you can see right here that this corner, where this corner is, it's going to be smooth from here to here to here, so that's going to create a really soft edge, and we want it to be really sharp. So what we need to do is add some resolution there. So let's go ahead and insert some edge loops. I'm going to insert an edge loop right on this corner. Okay, and that's really going to sharpen this up, so you need to be aware if you want that corner to be that sharp. So we may need to move those points up, we'll see. And I'm going to add one right along. Actually pull it out just a little bit because we don't want to create creases along the side here, and then I'm going to redraw it back in where I want it to be and get rid of that edge. Okay, so that's as if we would have added an edge loop right here and then kind of moved all these points out on the normal, but it's just a little bit quicker. Okay, now I want to add an edge loop along the side here to tighten that up, and we don't want to forget this corner over here. You need one right there and right there. And we're getting the same kind of problem here where our edge loop is kind of turning the corner, so we may need to deal with that in a second. And now let's concentrate on the door. Okay, so we want to basically match these anywhere we add an edge loop where we're going to have a corner meeting the panel. We want the edge loop to be in the same spot, and that will tell us that curvature is going to be the same. The smoothing algorithm is going to treat it the same on the door and on the panel. So if we have our edges in the same spot, that produces a predictable result. We know that our door will match up. So I'm going to create that edge loop there. It matches up nicely. And one here. Okay, and that matches up. And let's go ahead and add one along the side here. Go ahead and just do that one, and then we'll figure this out in just a second. I'll probably redraw it over there. And let's see where else we need to add an edge loop maybe. Okay, so it's actually looking pretty good. Let's go in and figure this guy out. So I know I want an edge loop to be along the top here, but because we have that triangle, it's giving us a little bit of a problem. So just want to go in and manually take care of that. So I've drawn my edge loops there. Now let's take a look right here. So we've got our two edge loops here. Just going to move that kind of in a position, into a spot there. And let's go ahead and just connect those. There we go. And then if I want to go ahead and add a loop right here, that'll help us to get a nice sharpness in here, and also helps us get rid of that triangle there. And it looks like we've got, let's go ahead and match that up. You can see we've got the sharpness added right here, so it'd be nice to, as much as possible, add those edges in the same spot. So in this case, I'm going to just, actually, let's just redraw that from here. And just kind of space it in the same direction. And then we can connect it back up to our, right there where we ended up. And then we can grab these. So when you first draw that curve, you want to just go ahead and move it out on its normals, or you can actually draw it in like that so that it matches up nicely. Looks like we also might need to match up another edge inside there. Let's go ahead and delete our history. Let's real quickly take a look at how this is looking. Just let's convert that to poly or to sub D. Smooth that. I'm going to take my wireframe off just a little bit. So it looks like our curvature is a little bit different here, and that's because we haven't matched up those edges quite perfectly yet. But this stuff is looking pretty good. We might need to smooth this out a little bit. It looks like we're getting, yeah, it looks pretty good actually. And the door, corners of the door, may need to do a little bit of work. And you can see whenever you sub D something, if it's, you get some stuff like this, that lets you know that something is going on there. In this case, we have our triangles up there. So do a little more work on that. These corners actually look pretty good on our body piece. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and convert that back into polygon. We want to go from sub D to polygon. Oops, that's nerves. From sub D to polygon. You want to make sure that if we're going to be going back and forth, you want to make sure that your tessellation method is set to vertices and your levels at 0. That's going to give you the lowest. It's basically going to just give you the poly cage that you started with. So you can see that that's exactly what we had before. Okay. All right, so we're getting a lot closer to getting this sub D res figured out and getting these things redrawn. I think we'll just go through one more lesson and tweak this out a little bit and just make sure that it's all nice and clean for when we start continuing on with our car. Now let's continue on working on the side of our car, getting our edges drawn just the way we want them, and getting it prepared to be a sub D surface. Okay, let's take a look here. Now this is where we left off. Now I want to make sure that you get an exposure kind of to the troubleshooting that's going to happen when you build your own model. You're going to go through this and you're going to be drawing your edges, and edges aren't going to be where you want them, and you really need to be able to take a look at what you need to do and be able to know how to do it. Okay, so if we look at this and I go ahead and smooth this guy out and say, well, I guess that looks okay, but it's not really what we want. We want this edge to go all the way to meet up with this guy, and right now it's getting kind of cut off here, and there's this kind of bulge here, and you don't have to accept that. Okay, so I undo out of that. You need to look at the reason why that's happening and use some of these Maya polygon tools to fix it. Okay, so right now it's happening because we've got this edge underneath this ridge going out here and meeting up, and it's all kind of merging together, so we need to kind of separate things out a little bit. So the first thing we might want to do to try using our split polygon tool is just to grab this, start at this edge, and let's, instead of cutting it off right here, let's actually draw it and continue it on right here. Okay, and then when you do that, you need to grab that original edge, and let's see where it ends up, and we'll just delete that, and want to get rid of that. And it doesn't want to let me, so I'm just going to grab this edge and delete that guy. And let's look at that. So now let's continue this edge. If we just move this out a little bit along our normal, along the U and V here, and now I'm just going to continue that by drawing a line right out there. Okay, it looks a lot cleaner in poly. Now let's see how that looks when we subdivide it. You see the difference there? It looks a lot better. It didn't take that long just doing a little troubleshooting enabled us to kind of see what the problem was and get it fixed. Okay. Same thing goes for down here. I know I told you before we had these edges kind of hanging out, and I showed you how to do it on the top. I didn't want to make you feel like I was doing anything behind the scenes as much, so I'll show you a little bit different way of fixing this guy down here. So we have these edges ending up right at this point right here, and we're getting kind of the same problem. All the geometry is kind of flowing into this spot, and we want to kind of spread things out a little bit. So one of the things we can do at this point, we can actually take this, because this edge is kind of fading off, we can actually take this, and if we draw using a split polygon tool, I'm just going to take this corner right here. Instead of ending up right here, I'm going to move it up here. Okay, and this is going to add a little bit of extra geometry going on the side, but it's going to help us get a little bit cleaner result in here. And now I'll just get rid of this edge right here. Delete that edge. And now we have two edges. Looks like we've got two edges there. So if we want to, we can go ahead and add a couple edges there and just connect those up. Again, it's just looking at the way your geometry is, and if it's not working for you, figure out a way to create the sort of edge flow that you want. This is one of the advantages of working in polys, as we said before, as opposed to NURBS, which is a little bit more of a technical with all the rebuilding and stuff. And this, you can just kind of delete edges and redraw them and get them exactly the way that you want them. Okay, I think I'd like to, while I'm out here, add another edge loop right here. And now we're just kind of cleaning things up a bit. Let's go ahead and delete our history here. And see how we're looking. It's looking a lot cleaner down there. We're getting some nice tight edges. Nice tight edges up around here. I've pulled in a couple of points right here to create a little bit of detail right there. Yeah, you can see that even though we didn't move any of those points, we've got the curvature such that it doesn't take a lot of work to get that to be a nice curve. I'm actually in our sub-D mode here, and I can go ahead and spread those out. So just keep an eye on those, but it's actually looking fairly good. Let's see how well our door matches up here. Go into wireframe. You can see a little bit better. It's actually matching up pretty well. You see back here it kind of curves off, but that's because we don't have any geometry in there. But once we get it extruded down and get those things added, we'll be able to that'll match up nicely. So I'm going to just convert that back to polygon. You can see if we had an edge right here, that would help. We can go ahead and add that if we want to. We'll need it when we extrude down, so let's just do that right there. And let's add it. Make sure it's close to the same place. Same thing here. And that'll really help us there. Alright, so I think we are finally done adding our sub-D reg. You can see it, I took a few extra lessons, a little bit extra time to go through fixing some of these things on the geometry because of the nature of how we extruded these. But I want you to see, you're not always going to get the geometry exactly the way that you want. So don't be afraid to go in, try to figure out what's wrong, and use some of these tools that are available to you to redraw it and get it exactly the way that you want it, okay? All right, so in the next lesson, I believe we're actually going to go in and start pulling in the, extrude in the parts of the bottom and the sides of the body here to give it some thickness, okay? So it's kind of starting to come together. We'll keep working on this in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to go in and add some thickness to our car by extruding some edges along the bottom. All right, so we've got a nice shell started here on the side, but we need to add a little bit of thickness. Right now it doesn't have any thickness. You see along the interior of this wheel arch here, and the bottom, along the rocker here at the bottom here, there's no thickness, so we're just going to extrude some edges in. And to do that, we can try a few different methods of expediting our selection of our edges. You can go up here to select contiguous edges. If we select one of these edges, say along the bottom here, and go up here and select contiguous edges, get that entire bottom portion selected here. And we can try the same thing along this wheel arch here. You can see it gets all the way up here. And just manually select these. And we're going to do all these together so that we don't have to go in and merge any vertices or recombine those. So all be one piece. We won't get any leaks or anything, any light leaks. Everything will be nice and connected together. So I'm just going to select these last couple of edges here. And let's go ahead and add the bottom of the front fender here. There we go. So we've basically got all the edges, border edges around here selected. So now we can try a couple different things. We can go in here and extrude. And if we just pull this out in Z, you can see we've got a couple of issues that we can fix, but for instance down here in the corner, but for the most part it's kind of doing what we want it to do. It's coming out in that direction, and it looks like we're missing a couple of edges, so I'm just going to add those to our selection here. Make sure we've got this guy selected. And let's extrude that out in Z in our local mode here. And let's just pull it out about that far, I guess. It's pretty good. You can see right now we've got an issue with this edge coming up a little bit too far, so I'm going to just grab these and pull them back down. And I'm going to just go into my world mode to do this. I'm going to just push them down in Y and just kind of manually place them where they need to go. Okay, so that one looks okay. When you're doing a large selection, there's a good chance that even if your extruding method works for the majority of your edges there are going to be a couple, because of the nature of how it's pulling it out along the normal there, that it's not going to match up exactly, so you might have to do a little bit of tweaking. And that's okay, because we wouldn't have been able to pull that out along the world axis because our edges were basically pointing in different directions. And down here you can see we've got a little bit of an issue with these intersecting guys, so I'm going to just try to grab this corner and just kind of pull it out here where it needs to be, and then just kind of clean these things up a little bit. You can see now we're getting it spaced out a little bit better, and kind of create the similar width all the way around here. Just pull those in a bit and just clean it up just a little bit, so it's, go ahead and pull that up right there. And this guy can come down a little bit. And we'll just space them out a little bit more. And you're going to have that issue. These corners look pretty good. And that corner actually looks pretty good too. So it looks like that was the only corner we had that issue. And if you want to, you can go ahead and, because we extruded all the way out here, that's going to be really soft, so we want to go ahead and you can either extrude that twice, extrude, or you can go ahead and, as we've done, just extrude out, and then you can go in and add your edge loop along there to kind of tighten things up a bit. I'm going to just go ahead and I'm going to move this back just a little bit. We can space these out if you want to. Okay. So that's going to give us a little bit of thickness at that point. All right. Let's go ahead and freeze our transformations, or delete history rather, on our body. So now that we've got a little bit of thickness, let's go ahead and in the next lesson, let's come in here and let's start drawing out and extruding and doing a little bit of work here to create a cavity and a cover for our headlight on this side of the car. In this lesson, we'll create some geometry for the headlights. All right, so these headlights are kind of recessed into the body. They're kind of, if we look at our image here, you can see they're sort of a part of the car, so we need them to fit this contour. So it'd be a good idea to actually use this geometry as a base to start cutting out and building our headlights. So the first thing we want to do is get some resolution at the right points on this geometry in order to be able to utilize it to draw out our headlights. So the first thing we want to do, it's hard to see right here, but there's going to be a cut in this panel right here going up to this headlight, and this is also sort of where a change of direction is going to happen, where this headlight's coming down and kind of curving. So this would be a good place to have some geometry. So we can go ahead, I'm just going to grab this whole row, and we're still pretty low res, so I'm just going to move this down a little bit, kind of into the right spot, and then I can go ahead and just add an edge loop in there. And it's going to take a little bit of tweaking here. I just want to match that curvature not only on the top part, but actually in the wheel here as well. And just kind of smooth that out a little bit. Now let's see what we've got here. If we look at our top view, you can see that we need this edge to go sort of right from here all the way to here. Now this vertex is in the right spot, but these guys are a little bit too forward. So you can actually redraw this. We'll go ahead and just start from here, the vertex that we like, and I'm going to just draw following the shape of this headlight here. Draw an edge right there and go ahead and just get rid of those. And then I'm going to go ahead and draw from here, and I'm just going to try to match it up here. You actually probably go to this corner and then just move that point back a little bit instead of creating a whole new row there. Okay, so we've got it coming down here. It comes down at this point, which is fine. And now we can either add a new line here, draw a new line, and let's go ahead and do that. So we have a triangle up here. We can have one down here to utilize to be able to turn that into a couple of quads in a second. So I'm just going to draw that down, and it's going to end up being a new edge loop right here. Just hit enter to complete that. And if you want to, you can go ahead and just get this curvature the way that you want it. Before we start cutting things up, we need to make sure that we have the shape the way that we want it. It's going to be a lot easier to do that now than later. All right. So now, if I select these faces right here, this is basically going to be our headlight. So if we think about this, think about what we need for a headlight. We need to have a clear cover that follows the contour, which these faces do. Okay, so we need a clear cover that's going to be separate. We also need a well that kind of comes down here and contains the actual the headlamps. Okay, so on one hand we need to keep this geometry, the surface geometry for the cover. On the other hand, we need to extrude that down for our our cavity there. Okay, so one thing we can do, you could duplicate this object and delete everything but those faces and then extrude that in. What we can do is just duplicate these faces right here for our cover. We can go up here and let's see, under edit mesh, and we just want to duplicate face. We want to separate those faces, so I'm going to just duplicate those. And it's basically like when we extracted, except it leaves the faces on the original object. So now we have these faces, and then we have the original object, which also contains those faces. So if I just delete my history on both of these guys, and now this is something that we can use for our cover. If I go ahead and center my pivot and just move it up here, you can see that the same geometry is contained right here. So now what we're going to do is take this geometry here, and this is the same geometry we just duplicated. Now we're going to extrude it down for our cavity here. So I'm just going to hit extrude. I want to go straight down, and I'm going to rotate this a little bit. I want the bottom to be sort of flat. Okay. And maybe rotate it just a little bit more, like so. And then we can go in here. We need to add some resolution to keep these edges. One thing we notice is that we do have, we've got a triangle right here, and you also notice that we don't have any edges around here. So I'm going to show you a couple different ways to do that. I'll show you one and explain another one. And it's kind of what we did earlier a little bit. So what we want to do is, if we just add an edge loop along here, they're going to go all different ways. So we want to actually draw them exactly the way that we want them. So I'm going to start over here, draw right here, and just kind of follow along this edge, kind of keeping the same distance. And you're going to be crossing over a few guys like this. Okay, don't worry about that. And then back here. Okay, so that's the kind of edge that we want to have around the top here. Another way to get this to this way without having to do this is to actually, when you select these faces, instead of extruding them straight down, you want to do one quick extrude and scale them in, and that'll give you this quick edge all the way around, and then you scale it down. But this is a way to go in after the fact and do it. All you have to do is go in here. You can see we've got all these triangles, and I'm just going to select these little guys right here and just merge those together. And it's going to give you kind of the same result. So kind of two different ways to do things. One thing I want to do is fix this triangle, and I think all I'm going to do is just delete this guy, and I'm just going to add an edge loop right here. Go to my side view, and I'm going to try to maintain that curvature. Move it up a little bit, and then I'm just going to draw that in and delete that edge. Okay, so I've gotten rid of that triangle, and I've added some resolution around the edge. Now we need to go ahead and this will be pretty straightforward, adding some resolution inside here. It's going to loop around there and work nicely for us. You might get a little bit too sharp in here because of how close those points are, but we'll see. So now we have this cavity created. Let's actually go ahead and delete our history and then just smooth that out. Another way you could do that is to actually make this a separate piece. But I think that's going to work for us, actually. So we'll leave that as one piece. And now we need to work on this cover. And all we really need to do to this is add a little bit of resolution around the edges so that it doesn't shrink. It's going to, when we smooth it out, it's going to shrink a little bit. We want it to actually intersect all along here, go right into there so it will work nicely for us. I also want to actually get rid of these triangles. So first, let's go ahead and just extrude all these edges straight out. I'm going to just do an extrude. And I think we want to go in Y. Looks like, it looks like Z. Well, if you get is these edges, I think it's, yeah, it was originally Y what we wanted. But you can see that some of these aren't doing exactly what we want. Just go into your world mode and try something a little bit different. In this case, I'm just going to scale these out. It's going to work for us. So just hop back and forth and check out, if the edges are doing really what you want them to do. Try something a little bit different if they're not behaving for you. Okay, so one of the things we can do is we can either just connect these edges, and I'm just going to do that. That'd be just as good as anything else. And I'm going to just scale those in a little bit. There we go. And now if I smooth this guy out, you can see it's nice and smooth. I'm going to just set my translation back down to 0. And now you see it's kind of on top, and this is kind of smoothed out because of the detail that we've added. So we just need to translate it down just a little bit. There we go. Just want it to be right on there. So if we need to, we can go ahead and grab these points and just move them in just slightly. We want it to be just right close to the top there. Okay. All right, so now we've got the headlight cover. If we go ahead and freeze those transforms, we've got the headlight cover, and we've created a well for our headlamps to go in, and they match up nicely with the contour of our car. All right. So in the next lesson, you can see we've still got kind of one big piece minus the door. So we're going to go in here, start redrawing some of these lines in preparation for cutting this body apart into panels. In this lesson, we're going to go in and redraw some of the edges to get them ready to cut up the body piece into panels. Okay, so we've got this piece on the side. We've already cut the door out, but there are a few places that, like on a real car, you're going to have breaks in the panels. And basically, we're going to have 3 different places where we're going to cut this body into different pieces. So let's take a look at some of those right now. The first place we're going to do that is right up here, and it's going to be really hard to see, but you can kind of tell there's a line right there. We're going to actually cut that coming back from this line right here, and we're going to cut it straight up. Okay, so let's go ahead, and first thing we want to do is let's go ahead and add an edge right there. It'll help us see it just a little bit better. So that's where we're going to cut this, but we're going to cut it coming over from here. So let's go ahead and check, make sure here. So you can see this a little bit better. I'm going to just select all the faces from the piece that we want to cut out. And we want to have all these selected right there. And that's basically what we want to cut out right there, that portion. So I'm just going to go up here and I'm going to say extract that. And let's see if that worked. Yeah, it looks like it worked just fine. I'm going to delete the history. Now if we just left it like that, obviously it's going to be pretty blobby and smooth, so we need to go in here and add some edges to hold this. All right, so the first edge that we're going to add is, let's go ahead and add one right here. And I'm just going to add an edge right here. And we'll probably need one right there. And on this side, we'll need one right here. And we'll take care of the rest of that when we go in and start adding the thickness to these panels. But for now, let's go ahead and delete our history. Let's leave that as it is. We've got it cut out the way that we want it to. So let's move on to the next one. The next place we want to cut out, let's go ahead and move back here to the back end. You can see this one a little bit better. You can see we've got one edge is almost right on the edge we already have. This is basically a cut right here that comes back from the wheel arch and then goes up and over. So you can see this is pretty well defined. For this one, we've already got an edge right here. It's just angled a little bit wrong. So I'm just going to go in here and we're going to move these points kind of into position, much like we did when we were drawing our lines out to extrude the scoops and the doors and things like that. So some of these are pretty close. Some of them need a little more movement there. So we're just going to draw those into position, trying to get as smooth a line as we can here. And go over to the top. That one's in position. And I'll just grab that one. For this one, I'll just use the world. Move it straight back. Curve it up a little bit. Alright. So now we've got these faces defining this cutout. So what we can do is select all the faces that we want to extract here. I'm going to select the extra and then deselect this for the cut. For checking our perspective, you can see that this is where we want to cut out. So again, I'm going to go up here to mesh and I'm just going to extract those faces. You can see now, I'm going to delete my history here. And we're definitely going to need some more edges to maintain that, and depending on how smooth we want that to be. Let's go ahead and take a look at how smooth that is. It's actually pretty sharp, so we're going to need an edge, maybe it's like right here, possibly right here, to actually make that corner. And because of that, we need to match that up on this side. And that means we need to go in here, our side view, and just grab these vertices and just try to use those to smooth this out a little bit. Okay. We'll actually want to keep those. We can use it. We can smooth it out a little bit, but we'll probably want to keep those down closer to here because we're going to use that to help create this sharp corner here where these meet. Okay. So we don't want to space those particular vertices out too much because they will be useful down where they are. And let's do also one right down here. There we go. And I'm just going to space these out just a little bit along the move along normal and get those just spaced out slightly. There we go. And we'll probably need to add a few more edges, but like with the other one, we'll get to that when we go to add the thickness. But to this point, we've got it cut the way we want in the piece that we want. Now we got one more cut to do, and this one is going to be a little bit trickier. You can see right here, we've got a line going from this wheel arch, curves up, goes horizontal, curves up again, and goes at an angle up over the top part up to this belt line. And it cuts across this character line here. So it's going to be a little bit tricky, but you can see we have the resolution there. So we need some resolution here to create this curve. We already have these 3 points right here. So we can use these at this point. We just need to move them over. So we can either move them over or we can redraw. But we know that they're going to end up having to go all the way over here, and we've got these guys in the way. So let's start at this side, move everything over past this line, and then we'll be able to redraw that exactly where we want it. So let's start the farthest point, and we've got these guys. I'm just actually going to redraw these. It's going to be easier than having to worry about keeping that curvature. So I'm going to just select my split polygon tool. I'm going to start at the point that I want to keep and make sure that I'm far enough over, and then I'll just redraw that up here. Okay, and then I'll just select the edges that I don't want and delete those. And now I need to do the same thing with this guy. I'm going to start it down here at this point. If I can get down there. Right there. And space it out a little bit. Still staying on the side of the where we're going to have the cut. And just pop that over there into onto that line and get rid of this edge over here by selecting these and just deleting that edge. So we've moved those out of the way now. So now we need to figure out how to move these guys over. So we can do it one at a time by drawing. Let's go ahead and do that. Might be a little bit safer than trying to move all those points at once in that direction. So I'm going to find a point where I think the geometry is fine. It's going to be right there. And this is going to be, let's say, right along here. And I'm just going to draw up on kind of on the side of where that point is, where that cut's going to be. And this is going to also serve to hold our geometry when we smooth it out a little bit. And now I can delete these faces here, or these edges rather, by selecting those and deleting those edges. Then we can do the same thing with the middle edge, and this is going to be the edge that actually defines where we cut this guy. So I'm just going to go right up here and draw it right along there, all the way over to the side where we were. Okay, and now I can get rid of these edges. And then we just have one more to do. And this one I'm just going to draw right on the side here. Just follow this guy. Right to the edge. There we go. And if we want to, we can go ahead and move some of these. I'd like to keep this indentation here, and hopefully that'll be okay. I'm going to just grab those edges that I just rerouted and delete those. And if you want to, you can go ahead and pull these guys over just to smooth things out a bit and make the topology a little better looking. We can go ahead and smooth all these out a little bit later if we want to. But right now we're concerned about having this geometry right where we want it. So let's take a look at what else we need to do. Alright, so this edge is pretty good. We just need a little bit more resolution there. Pull this guy over. Let's pull this guy over and up a little, and then let's pull this guy up. Okay, so you see what I'm doing there. I'm just drawing that curve out. We'll actually use this guy as the cut line, I think. So we can move this over a little bit, just so we can have enough resolution there to create that curve. Okay, and now let's go ahead and add some resolution here for this guy. Now we need an edge to hold this smoothness or the sharpness on this wheel arch. So we can use this edge for kind of both duties here, for both jobs. We'll insert one right here along the side here, and that's going to hold this edge where we want it. And now we've got this point right here that we can use to actually create that curve there. And we know that when we smooth it, that's going to curve out. It's going to smooth out, so we don't have to worry about that sharp edge since we'd only have one. Okay. All right, so let's see how that looks. Let's go ahead and select all of our faces that we want to extract here. Shift select anything that I don't want selected here. Let's see how that looks. I think I'm going to go ahead and just use the original plan of using this one, and then we'll be able to use this edge to kind of make that nice and sharp. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and before I do that, looking at this, it looks a little bit like we could make that curve a little bit nicer. So I'm just going to pull this over slightly, just like that. And now let's go ahead and cut that piece out. So I'm going to go back and select those faces. I'm going to leave off that first row and just select the rest of our back end here of this panel. And don't forget these guys up here. Okay, so I've got this nice line here, and I want to make sure that I don't have anything else selected. Oh, like those guys. You want to wireframe once in a while and check, make sure that's all you've got. Okay, now I'm just going to extract that. Mesh extract. And now I don't have to go in and add edges at least along this part. We'll probably still have to add a few edges to get that looking the way we want, but at least now we have our separate panels cut up and ready to go, so that in the next lesson we can come back in and start adding thickness and extruding edges and getting those panels look like they fit together. Okay. Now let's add some thickness to our body panels by extruding some edges at our cut points. Okay, so we've got these panels now. You can see where we've cut them and they meet nicely together, but when we smooth those, there's not going to be any kind of edge going down in there to look like kind of a thick piece of metal that's joined together, pieces that are joined together. So we need to add some thickness and just extrude some edges in there. So let's go ahead and just start from front to back. And I'm just going to select this guy and isolate him. So what we need to do is we have edges in here, so we just need to kind of match that up on this side and then extrude some edges all the way around and anywhere where this is going to be a separate panel basically. So for this guy, we can, if we want to, we can just extrude this edge that's already here and pull that straight out right over here and just kind of move it into the right spot. And it looks like we need, pull it right there, and then we'll just extrude one more time straight out, and that'll give us these 2 points that we can merge together, and these 2 points we can merge together. And we can just grab this and pull it in a little. Not to worry too much about the interior. We just want to have a little bit of thickness so that when this subdivides, we get a nice little beveled edge here. So we can grab these edges along the cut point here. This is cut. And we can just do an extrude. And all we want to do is basically just pull it down just slightly, just to give that little bit of curve there when we do subdivide it. Pull that guy up just to space it out a little bit. And we really need to do the same thing over here on the interior of our piece. Let's go ahead and select these edges all the way down here. Well, it looks like we're missing a little bit. We need to fill in down there. We'll go back and hit that in a second. So just extrude that down. Make sure you got this last one. Extrude that down. And don't forget to merge these corners together. And right there. Merge those. And this might have a little bit of an issue here. Let's take a look at that. I think that's going to be okay. Let's go ahead and fill in our space down here where we were kind of had some missing geometry in there. And what we can do to fill that in, we can do a couple different things. If we go to our append to polygon tool, I'm going to select this face or this edge and come right over to this edge. Hit enter. It's going to fill that in. You can see we still have a spot here. I'll show you another way. If you have an enclosed area like this, you can select those edges. Under mesh, you can say fill hole, and it'll fill that hole right in. Okay. And now let's go ahead and we've got one more extrude to do down here because of the way that this was not filled in. We're missing a couple of edges right here. So I'm going to just select those and extrude those straight up. And then I have just a couple of points right there that I can merge together. Okay. Now that'll give us a little bit of bevel on the interior of that piece. And on the side over here. So now if we go ahead and delete our history and smooth that out, got a pretty good, it's kind of a nice sharp corner right there. Just take it off isolate here. So now this one's going to be a little bit trickier, but let's go just move our way back to this one. And what we want to do is add our edge here so that we kind of keep this sharpness right here. So what we want to do is, first let's add our thickness. Let's go all the way around. And for this one, we've got kind of two sides here. So we've got where the door meets and we've got where this panel meets. So I want to basically do all those together if we can. So let's select all those edges. And just basically select all the edges where the panel is going to meet another panel. So I'll just select all those and then these interior ones as well. And then move back to the back here and get these guys on the interior of this door. And you might have to go in and do some of these separately, depending on how we get this to work here. And get all the way back up here to the inside here. Okay. And this panel is, you can see we've got 1, 2, and then 3 back here. We'll just go ahead and do these first. And I'm just going to extrude those. And let's try just moving them back in Z. That's pretty much giving us what we want there and there. So that's working out nicely for us. Let's go ahead and move it back just a little bit so that we get a little bit sharper edge there. Okay. And let's go ahead and do this one the same way. Edge. Get all our edges here. All the way back. All the way back to here. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to extrude it and move it out in Z. Just a little bit. And now let's worry about these angles. So this guy, I think we want to keep that angle. If we go ahead and sub-D it, it's actually not too bad. If we go ahead and take off our isolate. But you can see that we've got a sharp edge here. We want this to match up. So we need to go ahead and create that sharpness right here, as well as work on keeping this sharp. Okay. So if I isolate that, convert it back. Let's go ahead and move these down. It's kind of gone a little funny on us. So let's pull those down just a little bit. And this guy can come in right here. There we go. And just space them out a little bit. It's going to give you a little bit cleaner result. Help us figure out what we can do here. Alright. So one thing we want to do is probably add a line right here. Keep that corner a little bit better. And we probably want to add a line right here. So let's check that out and see if that looks any better. Go ahead and smooth that. Check that out. You can see it's still a little bit off. If we go ahead and convert these back, you can see where these edges don't match up. So you can see where this edge needs to be all the way over here. So I can go ahead and redraw that right there, just so I know exactly where it is. I'll cut it off right there and just get rid of this guy. And then at this point, delete that edge and continue my edge all the way in just to match that up. Let's see where else we can match things up here. That's actually pretty close. So let's go ahead and smooth it, see how we're looking. Now it looks like we just need to, this is being pulled up a little bit because of the way that it's smoothing. So if we want to, we can just pull this, either pull this down or pull this up. And I'm just going to convert that back real quick. Convert, convert. You could add another edge inside. Let me look at this. What we can do is just move these things up and get them nice and close together. So I'm going to just convert that and then convert this guy and see what we can do here. So I'm going to grab these points and just move them up into position there. And then I'm going to grab these points, just the bottom ones, move them into position right there. See how that matches up. We turn our wireframe off, you can see a little bit better. So you can see we still have a little bit of a gap here. So what we can do is take those points and just bump them back in space a little bit. And then because we have that bevel, you're going to get a nice cut line, nice cut there. All right, so we've got that one taken care of. This one, we actually need to work on our door and add some thickness there. So let's take a break and let's go into the next lesson. We'll go in and add our thickness to our door and continue on and finish out the rest of our panels that we have here. Let's continue to add some thickness to the panels on the side of our car by looking at the door and the back two panels. Okay, so we've got these two guys taken care of. For this, we just need to add some edge resolution coming in. And an easy way to do this, and we're going to utilize it in here too, is just to grab these faces rather than trying to select all those edges and just extrude those faces. Just extrude that, and just slightly to match up. If we want to, we can extrude again. And then before you're done, just delete those faces. Now we might have a little bit of cleanup to do. If I go ahead and just isolate this door, you're going to have some cleanup on the corners to take care of. It's not a big problem. Just want to grab these guys and sort of just space them out a little bit. We've got a little bit tangled up. There we go. Smooth those corner pieces out, and we're just kind of smoothing them out just slightly. There we go. I'll take care of that. And there should be one more over here. That's going to be a problem. Now scoot this down. Move this up. There we go. And now if we take that off and let's check it by converting that, and let's convert this guy. So we've got a little bit of a gap down here. Let's go ahead and grab these guys and just move them down a little bit. And it looks like we need to move our piece here in just slightly, just so we don't get that big of a gap. We definitely want to see that seam there, but we don't want it to have a huge gap. If we look at this guy right here, looks like it's not matching up perfectly because of this issue down here. We'll go back and check on that in a little bit. Right now we're more concerned about these panels, so we're going to work on this panel. And this panel could be a little bit tricky also if you try to use the edges, because you're going to try to extrude those edges in, and then we're going to try to merge with these. But the easiest way really is to just get rid of these guys. Let's show you this. Those are the faces we already have on the interior here. Just blow those away. And now select all those faces and just extrude that. I'm going to extrude in Z using the existing, the ones as a template, so they match up again. I'm going to just match these up right here. Repeat that. Move it in again. So that way, you're getting your wheel well back to where it was, and you're also getting these edges extruded as well. And now it looks like we forgot to extrude again. When we get to this edge, we need to stop, and we need to extrude one more time. Okay. Go ahead and extrude that. And that will give us that extra edge that we need in there. And when we get to this point, you can just delete those faces if you want. And let's go ahead and smooth that and see how it looks alongside this guy. Actually looks pretty good. The only thing we might want to do is add a little bit of sharpness here so this is not so doughy right at this corner where this meets. So we can do that by just probably want to go ahead and add one right here. And let's go ahead and subdue that again. See, that looks a little bit better. If we want to, we can go ahead and tweak those out just a little bit. If you want to, you can add a little bit more resolution here and kind of get that curve built up. Let's see what we've got here. We can go ahead. It's not going to change things too much because this is straight. This is pretty straight. So we can go in here, and if we want to, add another edge and then kind of use this edge to tweak things a little bit. So we get a nice, real nice transition there between these two panels. Okay. Going to our side view, you can see it a little bit better. And just kind of match things up a little. Scale those in. You can tighten that edge up if you want. Even maybe move it over slightly. So we get a nice piece there that kind of fits together. Turn off our wireframe. You can see that piece looks nice there. And you're still getting that detail we put in there. You can see right here, it's pretty subtle. But if you look, we've got an edge there because of that edge we've added. This is what we've been talking about, being careful of dents and creases and stuff. So we go ahead and convert that back. You can see that's caused by this edge that we added right here. So we can fix that. I'm going to just go in here and actually I'm going to start by, this is where we really need the geometry. So I'm going to go ahead and just draw that out to where we want it. And then delete these guys. Forget that vertex there. And then I'll go ahead and delete this whole edge. And then I'll just add an edge in the middle. And connect that. And the spacing that we did there should help eliminate that crease that we were able to see. And if you can see it now, you can see we've got a little problem there. If you can see it now with just a Lambert on here, when you get a nice shiny car paint on here, those dents and stuff are really going to show up. So even if you can't see it, or if it's subtle now, it might even be a good idea to go ahead and put like a blend on your model while you're working on it, just so those become more apparent. And I'll just finish that off. I'm just kind of cleaning this up back here. And let's try it again. See if that dent's still there. Might be a little bit of something right here. It's pretty subtle still, but we might want to go ahead and space these out just to be on the safe side. And do that along the normal. Just space those out a little bit. That should look better. So now what we need to do is we just have one last piece. Take care of back here, this guy. And I think we can probably do him the same way we did the last one, and that is to get rid of these edges right here. And just select all those faces and extrude those in, and then just match it up right here. You can remember it's about there, and then another extrude straight over. Alright. And let's see how that smooths out. Okay, you can see we've got a few problems. We've got this guy sticking off here. It's not really matching up. So we need to sharpen both of these edges up. You can see we've got a little crease going on right here, which is not something we want. And these edges are a little bit too doughy. So let's address those issues right now. And this we can address by adding an edge right there. It's going to sharpen that edge up. And let's go ahead and look at this guy. See if we can sharpen him up a little bit too. Yeah, it looks like if we add an edge right here. And then I just want to get rid of this guy. Add an edge right here. Let's turn on wireframe so we can see what we're doing. It would be nice. And if I get my tool here, my insert edge loop tool. Looks like I might have some vertices there I need to get rid of. Okay, now I'm going to add that right where I want it so that those corners are nice and tight. And I'm just going to complete that that edge, and then just grab this edges that I don't want and delete those. So I'm just, same thing I was doing before. I'm just moving those edges around, redrawing so that they're spaced out up here and nice and tight down here. Okay. All right, so this guy needs to be spaced out a little bit because we don't want to have this kind of crease back here. So I'm just going to go down and space him out a little bit. These guys too. Push this in slightly, just so we have something nice and a nice curve back there. Now for this, we need to go ahead and add an edge right here along the side here. And then we can go in and space things out, just like we've been doing, just so we don't get any unwanted creasing. Right there. Space this out. Just get it in, until you get it to where it's smooth. You can check it every once in a while. So I'm going to go ahead and convert that. And let's go ahead and convert this guy. Well, that's looking a lot better. Let's go ahead and take that wireframe off. Oh, we've got a nice tight edge. Looks like we forgot to delete our faces back here. We'll take care of that. But it looks like we've got a nice tight edge there, up and over here. Looks pretty good. So let's go ahead and just, as the last thing here, we can delete these faces. If you select a face in the middle and you shift greater than sign over above your period, so shift period, you can add to your selection. So that doesn't give you exactly what you want, but it's a quick way to get a little bit more options here. You can also go up to select tool, and you can do the paint selection tool, and right click on faces, and I can use a brush. I can size my brush up by hitting B, and then I can actually paint a selection rather than going through and selecting. So there's a bunch of different options in Maya of how to select things, and these are just a couple. So I'm going to go into wireframe just to make sure. The ideal place to do this would be right after you extruded those, just to delete those. Here we go. And now just subdue that again. And that's looking a lot better. All right, so now we've got our panels. We've got some thickness added to all the panels that we've cut up. Go ahead and just subdue this and see how everything fits together. You can see it's fitting together pretty nicely. So we've got all that thickness added. So in the next lesson, let's take a look here. We're going to go in and start drawing out and extruding the scoops on the front here on the side of the front. In this lesson, we're going to move down to the front of the car, start working on some of the scoops on the side, and cutting up the area next to the headlight. Okay, so we've got this area down here where we extruded in that headlight well. We still haven't cut across. This is where we're going to cut this. Going to cut this panel off, and we still need to add the scoop geometry. If I go in here in my side view, it can show you what that's looking like. So this is the scoop that we want to cut out. So obviously we need to add some geometry there. We don't have a lot of geometry at all. The problem is if we want to go in and add that geometry now, if we take a look at this, because we built this as one piece, if we try to go in and add geometry, especially going along the axis this way, this geometry is going to want to go all the way across here, and it's going to mess up the curve that we have that we like up here. We're going to have to deal with all that geometry going all the way. There are a few ways we can help with that. One way is the fact that we want to cut this up into panels, which also helps in isolating resolution, which is going to help in this case. But we also have this this headlight well. So what we can do is actually extract that and then cut that apart and essentially make three pieces out of this. So the first thing we're going to do is go ahead and select all this geometry for this well, and let's make sure that we leave the top edge right here. And I'm going to just make sure I don't have those selected. And this guy, I think, right here. And right there. So I think I've got everything I need selected, and I'm just going to go ahead and extract that. Okay, so now that's a separate piece, and this is a separate piece. Let's go ahead and delete our history, And I'm actually going to get rid of these faces right in here. If we need those, we'll be able to use this guy. And now we want to cut up this panel. It's going to be pretty simple because we already drew out where we wanted to cut it. It was basically right here. So all we want to do is just select these faces. Just make sure that's where we want to cut this guy. And that is indeed right there. So now we're just going to do another extract. There we go. And now we just need to add that little bit of resolution there. Let's go ahead and I'm going to center my pivot on this well. I'm just going to scale it up just a little bit. And we're going to move it down just so it's not in the, so it's kind of underneath this geometry right here. Okay. So now what we want to do is add that sort of the edges that we've been adding all along right here, and also inside this edge, this well right here. So let's go ahead and isolate that piece right there. Okay, if we do this part first, go ahead and select those edges, and let's just extrude them down, and we'll just extrude them down so that they're about at the level with this guy. And then we'll just merge those vertices. And then we'll do the same thing over here. It's like we are missing a face right in there. Let's go ahead and fix that while we're here. And we'll use the same tool we did before to fix that, append to polygon. I'm just going to click on one edge and pop it right over to the other edge there. And it's going to fill that in just fine. So now we're going to select these edges that are right along where we cut this panel out. Just make sure you got them all selected. Right there, and grab that last one. Now let's just extrude those right out to where it meets that point that's already there. And just merge those together. Alright, and let's go ahead and add an edge just to keep that nice and tight. Right there. Let's go ahead and delete our history and check that out. And match it up with our top here, as well as our little well. Go ahead and subdue that, make sure everything matches up. Alright, so it looks like we're going to have a little bit of tweaking to do right there, and we can do that on these guys so they match up. Although we do want this to be nice and smooth right here, so we might want to actually go ahead and and tweak it on these guys. But let's go ahead and add our edge resolution on this bottom part. Just like we did on the top, grab these edges and just extrude them down once. Just to match up a little bit. And we'll come over here and just grab these points. Zoom in on this guy and let's merge these points together. Merge. There we go. Alright, so now at this point, it looks like we got an extra edge there that we may not have wanted. We'll just get rid of that. I think that was the one that that was missing from our other piece. That's what happens when you don't make sure that your faces are you have all the right faces selected. So we extracted one too many faces and it came over on this side instead of staying with its original piece. So that's what happened there. Let's make sure that we have this. These faces should be coming kind of straight down. Looks like it's wanting to go in a little bit, but let's take care of that. And now we can actually grab these faces. And I guess let's just match it up with this and see how that works out for us. So I'm just going to extrude up once. These really need to go in though. So we'll just move that in like that. And then we can go in here and append a polygon and just fill that little space in there. Let's see how that is going to look for us. Let's convert that. Looks like we've got some issues here. And so let's check out what our issues are. Let's clean up that problem that we had here. Mesh cleanup and clean that guy up. Looks like our problem's right in there. So now we can go in and take a look at what's going on there. Okay, it looks like we've got an extra edge or an extra face in there that we've accidentally extruded. So let's go ahead and get rid of that guy. Yeah, so it looks like we just need to merge those together. Merge. Merge. Let's go ahead and check the other side. Looks like we've got one more over here. Little guy hanging out. And let's go ahead and merge those vertices together. Once you get rid of those extra faces, you're going to have to merge these guys back together. Let's try that, see if it works a little bit better. That looks a lot better. Go into our smooth shade. And you can see it's kind of smoothed off here, which we don't necessarily want, and it's kind of sharpened off here. So what we want to do is, let's actually move this guy over here, just to kind of smooth things out a bit. And let's manipulate these guys a little bit. This is where we want to add our resolution, or at least some resolution. Because if you look at this, we have no place to create that curvature. Before it was being created because we had an edge here and it was being looped up and around. Now we don't have that advantage, so we need to create that ourselves. So let's go ahead and add an edge loop right here. And let's pull it out just to maintain that curve. And then we want to actually grab it and pull it down. And let's pull this guy down too and out. So we can, now we're kind of creating that curve that we had before. Now we probably need to move that guy that we moved back a little bit. Let's move him back where he was. Kind of back there. And then we can go in here and tweak this out a little bit. We can even add, probably need to add one more line here to get a nice curve. And that'll also help us out when we're doing our scoop. So let's go ahead and add that in. Just grab it and move it down. We're just trying to create a nice curve that goes up right here through this cut. Let's smooth it out. Let's go ahead and add an edge right. Nice, we can have an edge right along there. I grab this guy and pull him down a little bit. I'm going to just draw an edge right along here. Draw it right down to this guy. Delete that edge. And I'll just finish this edge off right here. Just trying to get so we can get a little bit sharper edge here. And now this guy needs an edge, so I'm going to add one right here. Pull that out to keep that curve. And I'll go ahead and draw it right there. See if that looks any better. Actually does look better. I'm going to just grab these points and pull them down a little bit. So you can see how it gets a little bit tricky when trying to match these things up. If you're designing an actual car, you probably just stay in NURBS the whole time, get everything matched up perfectly with measurements and everything. But we're just kind of visualizing this in Maya, so here we are. Pull this guy in just a little bit. Okay. See how that looks. Looks pretty good. So now we need to make sure, I'm going to just move this guy out of the way. We need to make sure that this well extends where it needs to. Right here, so I'm going to go ahead and grab these points. Pull them in. And just pull them down like this. Right inside here so that it's just underneath. It doesn't have to be right at the edge. It just needs to kind of intersect there. And pull that back. There we go. And now let's check this cover. It needs to come out a little too, so I'm going to just grab these points. Pull them up. And I'm just going to kind of manually move them into position there. There we go. I'm going to take these points right here, and we're just tweaking out the shape that it just intersects around where this headlamp is. Okay. Pull that right down there. All right, so we've got the panel cut out for the headlight. We've got it tweaked out a little bit. and got it looking the way we want to. So let's go ahead and wait till the next lesson to really get going on the scoop here on the side and some of the other detail going on the front now that we have our resolution down there. Now let's go in and work on the front scoops on the front of the car, and we'll actually modify the shape a little bit as well. So right here we have the front part of the car that we've cut off from the under the headlight. So we need to create this little scoop right here and this little scoop right here, which is more facing kind of toward the front. So the first thing we need to do is draw out our geometry. You can see I've added one edge loop right up there, but we still need a bunch of geometry down here. We've got enough going up and down, but we need to still add maybe a few right here. The first thing we might want to add is a loop right down here, because this is going to be kind of the little bumper part that's sticking out, and we want to make sure not to touch that. So I'm going to just add an edge loop right along there at that point. And that can be sort of the bottom of our scoop right here. The top, we can say, we can either use this line or we can add another line right here. I'm going to go ahead and add another line. Maybe we can use this one up here. When we're adding this geometry, we want to make sure to keep that curvature right here. So we're going to have to go in and modify those points. But for now, let's go ahead and start drawing in our scoop here. And let's say we want this to be the back line of it, and then this can be top part, and then we'll go ahead and draw those down into position where we want this scoop to be. Okay. And if we get to this point, we can go ahead and say that this is the bottom part. I'm going to go ahead and grab these guys and just go ahead and move them down here so that they're level with this guy, and then move them out so that they continue that curve, and it kind of spaces that out as well, so it helps a little bit. And then I'm going to grab these and just move those in. And let's say that these faces are going to be our scoop, so let's go ahead and select those faces. If I can get my, there we go. And select these guys, and these are the faces that are going to be our scoop. Now before we went in and added those edges all the way around. This time we're actually going to just do that real quickly using extrude. So I'm just going to extrude, and in the world I'm going to just scale that in just slightly. And you might have to scale it in a different axis a little bit more just to get an even edge all the way around. You can see that's a real quick way of adding that resolution all the way across there. And now what we want to do is extrude that straight in X, straight in there, and just kind of eyeball, and I'm going to just rotate it just a little bit. Okay. And now we want to actually have a back for this, and instead of creating a new back, I'm just going to extract this. That way we don't have to add any resolution back here. It's going to be a completely sharp edge. We'll already have the geometry, so I'll just extract those faces. And delete history, center pivot, and I'm just going to scale them up. Scale this guy up a little bit and translate him out just so he intersects this geometry. We can have a dark background back here and our scoop in here. Okay, so for this scoop we want to have a little bit sharper edges, and I know looking at this, these are going to be pretty soft, so we need to go in here and let's add an edge loop right up here, and maybe one down here as well. And we might want to add one right along here. And I think we want this point to be a little bit sharper too, so let's go ahead and add one there. And let's try to maintain this curvature as much as we can. It's going to be a little bit difficult with these guys right here because they're so close together. Let's go ahead and sub-D that and see how that is looking. Actually it looks pretty good, so we'll go with that for for that side. You can see we're getting a little bit of an edge right there, but we'll be able to take care of that. We need to modify this shape a little bit as well. So if we take a look at this, we can see that I'm losing a little bit of volume here, but that's okay. We need this to come out a little bit, so I'm going to just pull this out. And let's see, we need this bumper to come out. So we can go ahead and do that, or let's go ahead and actually draw out this other scoop right here. So I'm going to just convert this back to polygon. And let's say that we want this to be the corner of our scoop. Let's say the scoop is going to be, if we go to our front view here, it's going to be right over here. We need one more edge, it looks like. Let's go ahead and move this over. There we go. Looks like we need one more edge right here. So I'm going to add that edge on the front and just pull it out just slightly to maintain that curvature. And then I can grab those points. Make sure I've got the correct points here. Let's say we want this one to be the corner. So I'm going to just pull it right over here and be the corner. And this one's going to be top. And then this guy is going to be the other corner. Now it kind of matches up pretty well over here. See if we can match these up as well. Bottom corner and then the middle. And it looks like we need one more line right here. And I'm going to just pull that out. This is where your using your NURBS comes in handy. When we were doing NURBS and adding resolution, our shape didn't change at all. But at this point, when we add this resolution, our shape is going to change. So we've got to constantly go in and monitor that. Make sure that we maintain that curvature. Okay. So I'm going to grab this and let's see. I think we wanted this to be our corner. There we go. That is going to be close enough right there. Let's pull that in just a little bit. We want to have the scoop coming out of a kind of a curved surface, obviously. So we want to maintain that curve around this way. So let's grab those two faces now. And let's extrude those. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to extrude in. Slightly, ever so slightly. And then let's extrude straight back in Z. Okay. And then we'll do the same thing. We'll extract. And I'm going to grab those faces. Center my pivot. And scale that up. Move it forward. And now we need to worry about the edges on this guy. So I think, if we delete our history, yeah, it's going to be pretty rounded. So we need to kind of sharpen this up, and this corner up just a little bit. So let's see how we can do that. Right now we can add an edge right here. Let's go ahead and add it in the middle. Pull it out slightly. And then I'm just going to move it over by drawing that in from this point. Right over here. The wireframe, you can see a little bit better. And I'm going to delete that edge. And that might actually be, let's check it. Well, we probably need it to be a little bit sharper than that. I was thinking we might be able to get away with 2 instead of 3, but I think 3 will work the best probably. So let's go ahead and add a third one right there. And then we can go up here and add one up here. And it looks like we might need one more on this side, but let's check it just to make sure. I think that actually will work if we just sharpen this guy up a little bit. Okay, so we need to add one right here. Let's actually add it in the middle. Pull it out to maintain that curvature. And then we'll go in and redraw this so that it's right where we want it to be. Right there. And we'll get rid of those edges. And if I can, select those. And just delete those edges. Okay. And then I suppose we better add one more to get it nice and sharp there. So let's go ahead and this one is going to come up and around here. So let's actually space this out a little bit if we can. If I can grab these vertices, I'm just going to move them up and kind of get them out of the way here. Try to maintain that curve. And then I'm going to just add one right in here. And I'm going to space these out just to make sure we don't get an edge there. Along normal. And pull those down. Just kind of out of the way. There we go. And you might want to reshape this real well if it's getting a little bit too, might be getting a little bit too crowded in there, and might kind of square things off a bit. We'll see if we need to modify that a little bit later. Let's check this and see what we've got here. So that actually looks pretty good. We need to smooth things out a little bit. You can see it's kind of getting squared off right here. But some of that we'll want right here. You can see that this is kind of squared off. So that's actually something that we can use. Let's actually move this up. And it's like our curvature's off just a little bit. If we want to, when we get this done, we can go ahead and lattice that up into position. Right now, I'm going to concentrate on this shape so that we don't have to worry about the rest of this stuff. So we've got that kind of sharp, more sharp corner there. Let's go ahead and add, if you see, it's kind of a doughy edge right here. We don't have any edges inside there, so let's go ahead and add one right here. Kind of sharpen that up a bit. See if that works. That's looking a lot better. All right. Okay, so we've got our scoops modeled in there. Let's go ahead and smooth this out a little bit. So we've added this resolution. It's now a little bit, we've created a little bit of a corner there, so we can smooth that out just by grabbing these and moving them around a little. You can use your headlamp, your headlight cover as a guide, so we know that that's where we had our geometry before, and before we kind of manipulated the curvature there. And just pull it kind of into position there to kind of recreate that curve. There we go. And out just slightly. There we go. Alright, so now we've got that, in the next lesson, let's come in and work on the bottom part of this fender, and we'll work a little bit more on the shape and possibly extruding it over to the center line so that we can duplicate that to the other side. In this lesson, we'll clean up the bottom of the bumper a little bit and extrude out a little lip there. Okay, so we've got our scoops created in here. What we need to do is clean this curve up a little bit, and then we're just going to pull these faces out to create a nice little some bumper geometry right on the outside there. So if we take a look at this, it's actually not too bad at this point, but you just want to go through from your kind of a top view here, spread things out and kind of try to create this curve. You'll see that some, especially if they're a little bit closer together, you might have a few issues with. So at this point we're just kind of grabbing these points and even spreading them out a little bit. Like these, you can grab and you can pull them out a little. Just kind of smooth out this curve so that it's not kind of a straight line, straight line, straight line. So it's more of a smooth curve, which is a little bit more of a challenge with working with polygons like this. Just spacing things out a little. And so when you get it where you want it, you can go ahead and select those faces from the back all the way to the front here. All the way up here, just from that wheel all the way up to the front here. And now we're just going to extrude those out. And we know that we want to have a nice sharp edge there, so let's do a real quick extrude. And let's extrude those straight out just a real short distance. Let's repeat that. And now we can extrude out a little bit farther. Okay. And now let's take a look here. Now I like the extrude coming out right here, but let's fade it back in kind of to this part right here. Okay. So I'm just going to grab these points. I'm going to move this one almost all the way back and just move a few of these points. And when you're doing that, you just move them a little bit less each time. Okay. And kind of create that taper that way. Okay, so it starts out all the way out at that point, and then it kind of starts to taper down at this point, all the way in to the where the wheel arch is, right there. All right, you can even pull this guy all the way in here. There we go. Taper that down. And now let's go ahead and sub-D this and see how this is looking. Okay, so it's a little bit soft on the outer portion, so we need to add another loop here. But it's also kind of, you can see here, it's a little bit flat right in there. So what we can do is grab those sub-D points and just pull those out until it looks kind of smoother. Looks a lot better that way. Okay, so let's go ahead and add an edge. Looks like that's up a little bit. Let's go ahead and snap these points. Kind of want these points to be right, kind of straight with the ground there. So I'm going to just grab all these points, just to make sure they're all snapped. And I'm going to go to side view here. You can see that our extrusion didn't go completely straight out because of the normals. It went kind of a little bit. It's a little bit up, so I'm going to just snap those to the grid and then just move them straight up. That's holding down my X key. Just snap them to the grid so they're nice and straight now. Okay. Now these guys I can move down just a little bit. Looks like they're off a little bit too. So I just want to straighten them out just a little. Alright, now I'm going to go ahead and add an edge loop right along the bottom here, in the top, and maybe one right there. Let's see how that looks. That should be extremely sharp there. Okay. Now you can see we're still getting a little bit of flatness right up here. So I'm going to go ahead and bring that in. Some of this will be solved when we extrude this over and create one piece out of this, because then it will have somewhere to for the subdivision algorithm to calculate to. Right now it's just stopping kind of right here, creating that flat spot. So I'm going to go ahead and, so we're going to extrude this over. I'm going to go ahead and delete these faces right in the center here. There we go. And I think we can go ahead and get rid of these interior faces too. That's going to be one piece all the way across. So on this portion we don't need those. So I'm going to get rid of those. There we go. And we'll have an opportunity to come in here and tweak this stuff a little bit. But right now, I think in the next lesson we're actually going to come in. Now we've got our little bumper piece there. We're going to extrude this front piece over to the center point and mirror that over to the other side. So we have one piece all the way across the front, and then we'll be able to tweak that and extrude the bumper in, or the grill in rather, and get all that straightened out. All right, we'll take care of that in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to copy the piece of the front part over to the other side and combine it into one piece. All right, so for a lot of these pieces, the door and this panel here, these kind of pieces, they're going to just, we're going to just be able to copy them to the other side. But they're still going to be separate. For the front and the back, we're going to actually combine those into one piece. So this whole front will be one object. So we need to create this side of it by extruding this all the way over to the origin here so that we can mirror it. So what we want to do is just grab these edges. You just want the ones that are right on the inside here. And you want to make sure you grab all of them. Without grabbing any of them that you don't want. Make sure you got that one. So we're grabbing all the edges that are on the interior, on the inside of this this front piece here. Looks like we're missing one right in there maybe. Nope, we got them. Okay, so now what we want to do is, let's go into our top view. And let's check out, we want to extrude this all the way over to the center. Okay, so all we want to do is hit extrude. And we want to go straight over. Okay, and I'm just going to pull it all the way over and just leave it kind of right here. I'm going to go in and grab these vertices. I'm going to hold down the X key while I'm in translate mode. It's going to snap it to the grid, but I'm just going to move it in the X axis, so it's going to just snap in one axis straight to this origin right here. Okay, so I'm going to pull it out in this direction. And we'll lose a little volume when we sub-D this, so it'll match up a little bit better. And I'm just going to add an edge right in here. Pull it out just to create a nice curve. Let's take a look at how that's looking. Okay, so we're starting to get a little bit of the front piece there. Alright, so delete my history. So now we have all these points snapped right to the origin, and we have our center placed at the origin. So that's going to enable us to mirror this right across and get one nice piece. So if we do that, we want to go up to Mesh, Mirror Geometry. I'm going to go in the option box, and then let's look at our axes here. We want to mirror this across the x-axis. So right now it's in the positive x. We want to just flip it over to the negative x and combine those together. So we want to go minus x. So we want our new piece to be in the minus x direction. We want to merge it with the original. So combine these two together. We want to merge those vertices together. And because our vertices are all on the origin, it should snap nicely together. You can see that that has indeed snapped together. Now you want to make sure, especially if you have some vertices that are close together, You want to go in and check those after you do a mirror, because if this merge threshold is set too high, for instance, if this is set to 0.1, you can see things are getting merged that shouldn't be merged. So you need to make sure that this is set to a suitably low number here, so that nothing is merged together that you don't want. And now you can see that I have an identical section over on the other side for this piece. And if we go ahead and sub-D that, you can see that that is now one piece. Now we may need to tweak this a little bit, and we'll need to draw out the space for the grill, but we have the main shape blocked out. So let's go into the next lesson and do that. If we go into our front view, we'll go ahead and draw out this section for the grill and extrude that in and extract that and create the nice little grill piece there. Now let's go back and look at our front bumper, and we'll draw out our grill and extrude that in and extract the back part. All right, so we have our nicely mirrored front piece here. And now we're going to need to do some drawing out of our, if we go in and look at our front view of our grill, we need to draw that out and extrude that. And instead of doing it to both sides, we can easily do it to one side because it's identical. So you'll find that since we have this mirrored, it's very easy to go in and just delete those faces, do your work over on here, and then mirror it back to the other side. You know what the result's going to be. So we'll do that. Let's go into our front view, check our side. So it looks like we have a nice edge right here between our grill and this scoop. So we need to create that either with geometry that we already have or by creating some new geometry. Let's go ahead and try to use some geometry that we already have. So I'm just going to, let's go ahead and try to, well, I'm trying to think if we want to put it right here or if we want to use this geometry right here. Let's go ahead and add another edge loop right along here, and we'll use that. Okay, so we've got that edge loop. We want to make sure to go down here, pull that out a bit so that maintains our curvature. These guys we need to pull apart probably a little just while we're here. Just go ahead and pull those apart a little bit. And pull that out. We're trying to maintain that the curve that this bumper has. Just getting a little bit tricky with all these verts there. But now we have this piece right here, and I'm going to just move that along its normal just to get it the same distance, so we can have a nice piece of geometry right in there. If we go to our front view and check that out, you can see that that's right on the edge there. But now we need to kind of get this all the way down here. So that means we need to grab these and kind of get them moved over. So let's start over here. And using our move, let's move it by world. We need to scoot all these things over. We're still trying to maintain our curvature. So it's going to be a little bit tricky, but grab those, and then let's grab these guys. Move them all the way over here. That's going to be close enough right there. And let's just grab these. It looks like we missed our little verts back here, so we can go ahead and move those in. And grab these two and move them right over here. And just to kind of straighten things out a bit. Okay. So now we've got a nice edge defining right here, defining this. So let's move these up. Let's use these for the top of our grill right here. So I'm going to use along the normal. I'm going to move those up, just up to the top of the grill there. Can move that one over kind of in the corner. And just go along that row, that edge loop there, and move those up into position. It's going to be the top part of our grill. Okay. And we can kind of space these out. We don't want to have a sharp corner there. So we can kind of space these out if we want to. Move that over, which will give us a nice, more of a nice curve there. Okay. And we can pull that out just so we maintain that curvature there a little bit. So we'll go in here, move those in. Looks like we need a lattice that. Our image planes I don't think match up perfectly, so make a little bit of a compromise, but we're going to get that general shape right there before we extrude in our grill. Okay. Alright, so we've got our faces for our grill drawn out. So instead of extruding right here, we're going to get some weird faces in here that we'll have to delete before we mirror. Let's go ahead and mirror it before we go ahead and extrude it in. Okay. So when we mirror it, it's going to copy that the detail that we've created there. Make sure we know which faces we're using. So let's go ahead and mirror it, and we're going to mirror it in -x just like we did before. And I'm going to delete the history. Make sure nothing is combined that shouldn't be. And now I'm going in and select all these faces for the front grill here. Just the grill faces. Okay. And we want to do our little extrude trick where we extrude it down just to get that edge loop right around there to hold that shape. Okay, so I'm going to just do extrude. And I'm going to extrude, pull in this. Actually, let's do local scale. There we go. We might have to scale it a little bit more in one direction or the other, or move it in one direction or the other, just to try to even out the space on either side of this. Okay. And now let's go ahead and extrude, and let's extrude it straight back. Okay. Straight back. Let's make sure we're all matched up here. Looks pretty good. So let's extrude it straight back, and then we're going to do we're going to extract this guy right here. All right, so we've got a separate piece for the actual grill that we can texture like a grill like we want to. And I'm just going to center the pivot on that and move it up slightly, scale it up slightly. Okay, and that can intersect with that, that's fine. This guy, I'm going to add a little bit of resolution right in here, just to create that sharp edge. Now let's take a look. I think we might need to add an edge down here because we want that to be kind of sharp. So let's check that out. Alright, the top is looking pretty good. I just want to create a sharp edge down here. So let's go ahead and add that using our insert edge loop rather. And that's going to sharpen up this guy too. So we'll see if we want that or not. If you want to, you can delete this half and just do it to 1/2. I'm just going to insert this right here. Kind of get it the same. Now let's take a look at how this is shaping up. Okay, so it's nice and sharp there now. Let's turn off our wireframe. It's nice and sharp there now. Might need to go in and smooth this out just a little bit. I don't want this to be quite so sharp, and I don't want this corner to be quite so sharp. So let's go ahead and convert that back to poly. And I'm just going to delete those faces. And I just want to smooth this out just a little bit. So I'm going to grab these and kind of move them out just a little bit so that it's a little bit more gradual. I don't want such a sharp point there. I'm also going to take these guys and move them up slightly so that this edge right here isn't quite so sharp. Okay, so it's a little bit softer. Let's check that out. Alright, that's looking better. We still got some strange things going on here. That's just because of these guys. So we can just space those out a little bit to fix that. right there. And looks like one of them is a little bit, raise that up just a little bit. Let's check this out. Just go back and check every now and then. All right, that looks pretty good. I'm just going to smooth this out just a hair more, and then we'll move on. So I've got this, I'm just going to move this a little back a little ways, even back here. And then we'll move on to the back end. We'll get this done. Here we go. Alright, I like that better. So let's go ahead and mirror that back over to the other side. Try it out. And go ahead and smooth this guy too if we want to. There we go. Alright, so you can see that because of this we don't have any edges over here. You might want to go ahead and add a couple edges just to hold that shape. Because on our grill we have a sharp corner, but on the piece inside the grill it's not as sharp, so you might need to add a little bit of resolution there just to hold that. You can see now it's working for us. Alright, we've got that done. So next time we're going to go back and start working on this back end, creating a one piece across the back much like we did with the front, and then we'll start extruding some pieces in, working on the exhaust, all that good stuff for the backside. Alright, we'll take care of that in the next lesson. Now we'll use a little different method to mirror the back end like we did the front. Okay, so we've got one piece created for this front part. We need to do the same thing for this back section right here. And it's nice because we have this cut into panels here, so we only have to worry about this part, not necessarily the whole thing. So let's take a look at this. Now we're going to do this piece a little bit different than we did the front part. And let's go ahead and I'm just going to get rid of some of these faces here. We don't necessarily need. I'm going to get rid of these, all these guys. Right here, anything that's facing the back, basically, I'm just going to get rid of those. All the way down to this corner right here. Okay. All right, so we need to get this piece over to the other side, basically. So one way that we can do that without mirroring, we can actually scale it in a negative X, which you may have done before. Just a couple things to be aware of when you do that, so let's take a look at those. First, I'm going to take off two-sided lighting. Under lighting here, I'm going to take that off. And if you can see that, you can see we have some pieces that are black and some pieces that are gray. Well, the black pieces basically have their normals reversed, so they think that the inside is actually the side you want to see. So they're a little bit backwards. So what you can do to fix that is to select your piece, go up to normals, and just say you want to reverse those normals. Okay, and that's going to fix that. Do it to that piece, and it's good to sometimes work with two-sided lighting off so that those pieces that may be created with reverse normals become apparent to you. Now you'll want to be in, you want to make sure it's in a polygon before you won't be able to do it on a sub-D surface, reverse normals that is. So you want to make sure that you're working on a polygon there, and I'm just going to reverse those normals. Those should be reversed. And let's take a look. Okay, so this looks all right. Now let's take a look at what happens here. Now that I have that two-sided lighting off. Okay, the center point of my piece back here is at the origin, which is what we want. If it was centered, all you'd have to do would be to Control G to group it to itself, and it would go ahead and create a new group with the center point at the origin. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to duplicate it, Control D, and I want to flip it across to X So if we take a look at this scaling x, if I scale that down, you can see it gets closer and closer to the origin until you get to 0, when it's completely flat against the x-axis there. Okay. So if I keep scaling it beyond into the negative, let's go to -1. -1. It'll be the same size. It will just be across the x-axis, and it will be essentially will be mirrored. Now the problem comes, you have this negative value in your channel box here. You want to freeze that out. Okay. When you do that, freeze those transforms, and you look down here, it says freeze transform with negative scale will affect opposite attribute. Okay, so you can see that now this is reversed our normals essentially. If I go into my attribute editor and I go into render stats here, you can see that this opposite value has been turned on because the freezing those negative transforms, Maya is trying to figure out and compensate for what's going on. So I'm going to turn off double-sided, and I'm going to fix that by turning off the opposite attribute, turn back on double-sided. You can see that now all I have to do is reverse my normals, and now we've got this piece of geometry here. Okay, so now we've got these two pieces. Let's go into our top view and check those out. We've got these two pieces here. So basically we want to have these connect, but we don't want them to connect all the way across here. We want to connect behind the trunk. So we need to actually add a line right there and a line right there. And then we're going to use something called bridge. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go into my back view just to check that out. So there's our two pieces. So we basically want to connect these across the way. Okay, so there's a neat tool that we can use called the bridge tool, and that's going to connect any border edges that you want together. Okay, so all you have to do is select your two pieces, and they have to be one piece, so I'm going to just combine those. Delete that history. Now you can see they're one piece. And now all I have to do is select border edges, and in this case I only want those that are behind the where we had the trunk. You see right here, and I don't want any on the side. I basically just want this edge, I guess, and this edge. Okay, and so we've got those two edges selected. Now we can go edit mesh, and we want to do a bridge. There's a few ways you can do it. A linear path will give you a completely straight piece of geometry across here. A smooth path will kind of blend between, and a smooth path plus a curve will give you a curve that you can manipulate. So if you want to make a curved bridge between something and you want to be able to change that curve, you can choose path and curve. Now if you want to have a curve, you want to make sure that you do this from the beginning, because you can't go back and add a curve later. Okay. In this case I just want a linear curve, so I'm going to choose that. I'm going to bump these divisions down to 3, and we'll check that out. You can see it's created geometry right between there, just a straight line, which is what we want. So essentially, instead of extruding that piece over to the origin and then mirroring, it's just a little different way to get to the same place. Okay, so we could have taken this edge, extruded it over, popped it to the origin, mirrored it over, and got kind of the same result. So just be aware there are a few different ways of doing things. Alright, so now let's go ahead and bridge the rest of this. And I think I want to actually trying to decide how much of this to bridge, because we have this wheel here. Let's go ahead and just bridge. Let's just bridge the bottom part for now. And so I'm just going to select these bottom edges and these bottom edges right here, all the way across. Make sure you don't miss any. You can get extra edges as long as they're not border edges. Okay, you can just select any of these and it won't matter. It'll figure out which ones are border edges. But if you have extra border edges selected, it will try to bridge between those as well. Okay, so I'm just going to do another bridge. Alright, so that just creates a nice square piece. all the way across there. So that's working pretty well for us. So now we're starting to get this back end filled in. I'm going to go ahead and delete my history. All right. So let's go ahead, in the next lesson we're going to go in, start filling in this back end with geometry, start drawing it out, and start extruding in some of those pieces that we see in the back end here. Now let's fill in the back of the rear piece that we just created with some geometry and draw out some edges. Okay, so here's the piece we created. You can see I've extruded down a little bit right here. I just took those edges and extruded them down and then merged those vertices. But now we want to go in and actually fill in this back part with some geometry real quickly. So I'm going to go ahead and select Border Edge tool and see if that gives me my border, which it should. You can see that that's selected all those edges. And now I'm just going to do a fill hole real quickly, just to get a face in there. And now one thing to be aware of, we need to go ahead and go in and draw this geometry out. But you want to look at this. If we start drawing right here across, that's going to create a line right here basically. So we want to take the farthest point out. If we wanted to follow this curve, we want to take the farthest point out and draw that line across first. Okay, if that makes sense, you'll see in a second. So I'm going to, with my split polygon tool, I'm going to take, say this is the farthest point out. So I'm going to find the corresponding spot over here and draw it across. Okay, and that'll give us this portion across here. You can see that if we had done something up here or across here, it's going to create a face that's inside there, and then when we go to try to move those across, there's going to be all kinds of dips and things going on. Okay, and so now I just want to go ahead and I'm just going to create a line here, right here, match it down to there, and at this point I'm going to select all these and blow them away because I don't feel like drawing out these edges on both sides because I don't really need to. So at this point, go in here, start filling these edges in. You can pull that out a little bit. Just try to match these up a little. Okay, I'm just going to continue to draw these across. A little bit. And the idea here is just to create some usable geometry instead of having this one single face going on right there. And let's see here. Go ahead and add an edge down here that we can match up with this guy. Right there. I'm just using my various tools, my insert edge loop and my split polygon tool. To get those edges exactly where I want them. And just try to, on this side, you want to take the edges that way. On this side, the obvious ones, you want to take them down this way. And let's go ahead and I'm going to add one more edge down here. And this is good because this is cut off, it's isolated. You can add resolution down there. And it's at the bottom, and it doesn't really, it's not going to really make that big of a difference either way. So I'm going to complete that edge. Complete that edge. And let's go ahead and do this one out as well. And we're going to be redrawing this for our extrusions for all the pieces of our back. Right now we're just trying to create some four-sided pieces on this back instead of one big face there. So I'm going to count 1, 2, 3. Go ahead and connect those right across. And let's do 2 down here. 1 and 2. And then we'll go ahead and combine, or rather draw those across. Okay. Now for this guy, it looks like we're ready to go with this. We're just going to create one right here, and I'm going to draw it right up to this guy. You can see I'm skipping this one right here, so we don't get that triangle. So that's creating a quad shape right there. So the very last one, when you're going to turn the corner and start going down instead of across, you want to skip one and then come down, if that makes sense. And at the bottom, I've got a nice one to match up here. Oh, it looks like I missed. Looks like I missed one right there. Let's see. Let's undo that. Looks like there was one. We've got two down here. So basically, I don't really need this one. Actually, let's take a look. I think what we want to have is something in between here, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm actually going to just grab these edges right here. We don't need to have it that close because we don't need to have it that sharp, but we do need an edge there. Just pull it out like this. I'm going to grab these. And let's see what we can do to get rid of those. We'll have to do a little bit of work down here. That's all right. Actually, since we already have that there, we can take a look at how we can work this up here. Since we can put more geometry this way. I think what we might want to do is look over here and see what we can do. We added an edge down here that we might not need now. So let's go ahead and just get rid of that guy. Delete that edge. So see, if you have too many edges down here, any edges that we added along here, we just added to kind of match up the top part. This is really the important part. Down here, since this is completely flat, it's going right across, it ends right here. The number of edges we have down here is not really that important. We want to maintain this curvature up here. So basically, what I'm going to do is going to redraw this guy right over here. Match that up with that side, and then that's going to go right up to that original, right up to the this point right here. And now we have this edge and this edge, which we can match up. I want to go ahead and draw that out. And draw it kind of straight over here at an angle there. And then we can get rid of this kind of edge right here. Okay. So if you run into that where your edges aren't quite matching up, look and see where you can add and subtract edges that's not going to subtract from your model. It's not going to affect the curvature. It's not going to affect anything because it's down here. We're not going to see it. It's a flat spot. So that's not going to affect any kind of curvature. Okay. So let's go ahead and delete our history on that guy. And next we're going to come in and start drawing out. Now that we've got our geometry here, let's go look at the back. We're going to start drawing out spaces for our little extrusions and scoops that we have going on our back end. Okay. We'll take care of that in the next lesson.